Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is March 26, 2024 at 4:30 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh. Here. Councilwoman Little Roberts. Here. Councilman Taylor. Here. Councilwoman Strader. Here. Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
we do have one change. We're going to move item 22 off of our consent agenda for a brief discussion. With that change, I move that we approve the agenda.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as modified. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. First item up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
that change, I move that we approve the amended consent agenda for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Motion and second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. Next item up is item 22, the City of Meridian 2023 Financial Audit Report, which was removed from the consent agenda. I recognize Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, I wanted to discuss our 2023 financial audit report. We owed our CFO some feedback as a council if we had any questions or concerns regarding the audit. And then he had asked us a question whether we wanted to speak directly with the auditors. Just briefly, I know that today might not be the best day for some extended speaking. CFO has lost his voice, but I could just summarize. I did have a pretty in-depth conversation with Todd regarding the one material finding in the audit report, which is in the procurement department. So there has already been a remediation of that finding. It wasn't something earth-shattering. It was a change in policy that was already reflected as part of our procedures. We have made that change, so I'm comfortable that we have addressed that finding. And then in addition to that, the finance department and I discussed the appropriations we've already made in previous fiscal years for internal control audits. Sounds like the plans for those are proceeding apace. So I just wanted to provide that update and thought, Mr. Mayor, we could check if any other council members had questions, comments, or a desire to speak with the auditors at a later date.
Council, any additional comments, questions, concerns?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Fantastic. Sounds like we're in good shape. With that, I move that we approve item 22, the City of Meridian 2023 Financial Audit Report.
Second. Have a motion and a second to approve item 22, the City of Meridian 2023 Financial Audit Report. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is agreed to. Next item up is under Department Commission Reports, which is the Meridian Arts Commission Annual Update. I don't know if Cassandra or Crystal is going to come up. This looks like it's going to be Crystal. One of the duties of the new chair coming in and giving that update. So Crystal, thank you for being here.
You. I'm just going to pull up the slideshow real quick. It's all good. All right. As you heard, my name is Crystal Paulson. First of all, I want to thank Mayor Simonson and the City Council for allowing me to come and speak with you today about what we're doing in the Art Commission. All right, so our commission is looking a little different than it did last year. We have new council members as of last year, myself being Crystal Paulson, Brecken Bird, and Sean Muscolo are all new. And then we just added Bridget King. And so it's been fun to be a part of the commission and see everything that we do. So this is just a review of what we've done in the last year. So these are the goals that were adapted for December 2022, 2023. As you can see, some of them are ongoing and some of them we have completed. So through the Meridian Arts in Public Spaces, also known as MAP, through this ordinance, City Council allocates 50 cents per Meridian resident to complete the public art project. Some of the slides that you're seeing is showing what we do with that. So this is called A Place to Shine by Sector 17. It's a local artists collective. This is at the Meridian Pool in celebration with their 50th season, and it was a partnership with West Ada Recreation District. I don't know if you know this, but I actually teach classes on the second level of the pool house, and the artists that did this, they were done in 2 days. So they were really great. It looks good. If you haven't seen it, maybe drive by, go by the dog park and see it. It's on that side. And it really did turn out very nice. The Traffic Box series, this is one of our ongoing projects. So every year they go through and they have a company check them, make sure they're in good shape. So you can see some of them. In the top right corner, you will see one of the boxes that was actually a family reached out to us because their student passed away, and they asked to have their art on the box. And so the commission partnered with them and able to do that. This is a beautiful piece. If you haven't driven by, I haven't gotten the chance to go and actually look really close at it, but just driving by, it's beautiful. When the light shines on it, it really reflects. And this is Water Metrics by Eileen Gay. It's at the 5 Mile Creek Trail Hub. And there's also a geocache inside of it. So if you do geocaching, it would be a good opportunity to go check it out. All right, so I know many of you were at the Discovery Park opening, and I don't know if you've been to the park, but it's amazing. It blows my mind. So we did partner with the Parks Department and other people to, if you look at the signage, you can see some of the signage that's going on. We also have these benches. I don't know if you've actually sat in the bench, but for someone my height, they're very comfortable. These are actually, if you look at the shape of them, they're like a tank. And they've cut it straight from that tank, so it's recycled. And they were stainless steel tanks, and they're actually really cozy. So as a patron of the parks, I think that's an important feature. And they're beautiful, and they tie with some of the theme. All right, so this is the whole ball game by Urban Rock Design. And this is over by the ball fields. If you haven't taken a look at this, it's really cool because if you walk around it, you see something from each angle. And then when you stop right where the two pieces meet, it actually forms a person in the inside in the negative space. All right, so on the left, you will see the sculpture Fanfare by Steve Parker. This is actually going up this week. It was held off because the artist couldn't get it done for the opening. So we've extended, we worked with their original time. And it's really cool because, okay, because it deals with sound. And so it's very interactive for people of all ages. And then also, if you look at the bike racks, they're definitely unique. They match with the benches, and those just arrived, and those will be going in as well. Okay, so ongoing and upcoming public art projects in development. So in 2024, the transit shelter wraps. So we started this last year. It's moving forward, and these are going to be really awesome once they're all done. They're going to be full color. They're going to be lovely. And then, of course, the continuing traffic box program. as I said before, they review those, they see which ones need replaced, and then they add new ones. Chateau Park, this is a really exciting project because it is bringing a lot of the community together, people that live there, Parks and Rec, people from the commission. And so they're all working together to make this a fabulous place for people to go. And then looking forward to 2025, of course, the traffic box program will continue. I know a lot of people love the traffic box program. They are looking at the Linder Overpass, Meridian Sculpture, and Downtown Quick Project. All right, so performing arts. This is really exciting. It may not look it just looking at it. I mean, the people are excited, but last year we had 2 groups of people that were interested, so we just split the funds. This year we had 5 groups, so that's a significant growth. They needed, I believe it was $70,000. Obviously, we couldn't accomplish all of that, so we did give out $7,000 to different groups, and it was through a voting system. So it's exciting to see that this program is having further reach into the community. 2023 concerts on Broadway. I don't know if you guys have been to the concerts on Broadway, but they're a lot of fun. It has really good energy. The crowd has a lot of really good energy. The poster that you see here was done by a local artist, and it was really well received by the community. And they had a really good time when they came. As you can see, we have opening acts for each of the shows, and then the headliners as well. This is the Art Week poster for 2023. If you notice, it's done by the same artist. Every year we do an art drop, and I like to get involved with the art drop. So I'll drop art off and I'll talk to people, and I do a class every time downtown. And so you see grandparents bringing their grandkids and stuff. So we do the art drop. It's a fun part. They bring art, they pick up art. It's kind of like hide and seek with art. And then the community art party, we combined the chalk art contest, the Busker Fest. We had live music and hands-on activities from different members of the community. Classes that were offered, the history walk that was really popular, entrepreneur class, writing class, and then the plein air class, which I taught. There was a discussion panel at the Initial Point Gallery that was really well received, and then the gallery reception. And then here's a visual of the community art party. On the left, you can see a student participating in, sorry, I say student because I'm a teacher, but a young lady participating in art done by one of the vendors down there. Then you can see an art piece done on the community center, and that was done by one of the art commissioners. And it was fun because it was the same time as the chalk art competition. So people would go and talk to him and interact with him and ask him about what he was doing. Then the next set of pictures is the Busker Fest. We had a huge amount of youth turn out for that, and they were the performers. So as a teacher, that was really exciting to see. And then the last images you can see from, those were 2 of the winners of the chalk art competition. Okay, so Initial Point Gallery. This year, last year technically, in 2023, 11 total exhibits with 236 artists, 1 solo show, and the WASD Youth Art, which happens every May. 4 organization groups exhibited and 5 group shows. Because of the group exhibits, that's why our number is so high for individuals that participated. And then our current show is the dance studies, and that was a partnership with Bosco and Ballet Idaho, and they worked together to create art for that show. They also did Ballet Idaho during the opening. They had a couple dance performances, and there were a lot of people that showed up to that show. It was probably one of our best attended. This is our next upcoming show. It's really exciting, Stillness in the West. And So Rick Jenkins, I used to work with him, so he was kind of like a mentor to me. So I'm really excited to see that. And you can see it's going to be beautiful art. If you guys can come down, that would be great. So review of the 2020-2025 MAX strategic plan. So we did go over the strategic plan this year. Jessica Peters, our former chair, she led that, and we revised a lot of things were in that plan that we don't actually do because it was written before we were a commission. So we have better perspective. And so we've gone through and kind of seen what we are meeting and where we need to go. And so it was I think it was a good thing to also, because that's when I applied, that's what I looked at to see what the commission did. So. And then Meridian Art Commission adopted goals for 2024. Some of these are ongoing, like our traffic boxes, things like that. And then, of course, if you don't already follow the Art Commission, I suggest you do, because you'll know when all the galleries are. You'll see the cool things that we do, and I'm sure you already all follow though. But if you don't, you can check it out. So this is the time where we get to answer any of your questions, make them easy. But if you have any questions, this is the time I'll answer them for you.
Thank you, Crystal. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Crystal, thank you so much. Back to the council after 4 years off, and it's amazing to see the transformation with the Arts Commission. So thank you to you and all of those on serving. Couple of questions. One is just because I'm apparently pretty naive. I have no clue what a Busker Fest is and was curious.
Well, thank you, Mayor Simonson and council members. So I didn't know what it was either. So a busker is basically a street performer. We don't actually have a ton of those in the area. So I think that's part of the reason that the youth came, but it's basically a street performer. So it could be a juggler, it could be someone dressed up performing, a belly dancer, anything like that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Crystal, wow. What a busy year, particularly with so many new commissioners. I love seeing the enthusiasm for the work as you were presenting, so thank you. Couple just quick comments and then maybe a challenge for you to take back to the commission. So first, I appreciate you kind of highlighting all the different type of art sculptures. You know, art is so subjective. I think you have found a good blend of different things for different people's tastes. And I want to applaud that and continue to commend that kind of diversity of what art means to a lot of different people. My questions, I think probably for the commission, is really pertains to the MAPS ordinance. And if the funding that the ordinance collects is going to continue to meet the needs of the commission, and if not, I think I would certainly invite you to bring that feedback back to us, either as a special presentation or your next year's annual update for something for the council to consider some modifications. And then I think an ask, particularly, you know, I was a drama kid in school, and so I have such a love and appreciation for performance art. And to see there's a lot of enthusiasm about that excites me. And certainly there's challenges when there's lots of organizations that could use our support. One of the things that caught my eye was that some of the grant dollars that you provided to the Treasure Valley Children's Theater was to offset the cost of tuition through that program. And so I'd encourage you, we got a great member of our Parks Department that is here. Maybe there's an opportunity to get those programs offered through our city recreation guide. And the reason why I would suggest that is that the city also has the Care Enough to Share program, which offers financial assistance to those that are in need to be able to take advantage of our programs. And that may allow you to, one, get more access for students that want to do performance art, and also preserve some of your funding to be able to continue to support ongoing performance art, because I think it makes a huge impact in our community. And I just encourage you to keep doing a great job.
Okay, thank you. We will definitely look over that and see what is possible for that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, Crystal. I want to compliment you. I think you're doing a fantastic job. One piece of feedback I've received from a constituent was a question, it might have been forwarded to you by Dave Miles, but it was a question about the hours that the Initial Point Gallery is open. And I know that there are a lot of people who work, you know, different hours, and they want that art to be accessible. So I was hoping you could kind of walk us through, at least for the opening receptions, do those happen in the evening sometimes? Just kind of give us a flavor for when that gallery is open, because I think people might find that information valuable. Thanks.
So I can address part of it, and then I'm going to refer to Cassandra for the other part. So the Initial Point Gallery is open whenever City Hall is open. The opening shows do extend a little bit past the opening of City Hall. So now I'm going to refer to Cassandra for the rest of that.
Thank you.
Mayor and Councilmember Strader. Your constituent's not the only one. I know artists and others have wished that the gallery would be open longer hours, but it is open during when City Hall is open, other than the first Tuesday of the month during the gallery reception. Some of the difficulties around that is when City Hall's closed, trying to open it and staff it, and security and HVAC and elevators. It all just kind of has to be open. So there are some challenges to opening it on other hours.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think it would be probably a pretty large expense to do so. I would be curious what it would be. For the first Tuesday, though, that you are open for those initial receptions, is there kind of a rule of thumb of how late you do stay open?
7 p.m.
7 p.m., thanks. That's helpful because that is, a little bit different and would help, I think, some people that get off work at a different time. Appreciate the information.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Not additional question, but just one more comment since we've got Cassandra up here. I just want to share with the council. I don't know if you are an avid reader of the Idaho Business Review like I am, but this morning the IBR announced this year's 40 accomplished under the age of 40, and our own Cassandra was recognized. And so just want to congratulate you for being recognized and appreciate your great work for our commissions and our community. It's a win for everybody, and we sure appreciate you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Congratulations. Okay. Thank you very much. And Cassandra will either stick around while Blaine does his thing or not. But with that, we'll move on to item 24, which is the Historic Preservation Commission annual update. And we'll invite the chair, Blaine Johnson, up to make comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for this opportunity to give our annual report. We've had a very productive year this past year, if I can get this to work. Up, down. There it goes. As most of you probably realized, we had a big milestone this year. We got the Meridian Speedway listed into the National List of Historic Places. It's been a 4-year process for us. We started this back in 2020. After Firebird Raceway was listed, we thought, well, why isn't Meridian Speedway listed? It's been around a lot longer. Through our work, the work of the Arrow Rock Group, our consultants, got all the submittals done, sent to Idaho State Preservation Office and then to National, and they finally recognized this past month. So we've had a lot of feedback in the news, all the newspapers, TV stations. I've done 2 podcasts about this, which is a little bit nerve-wracking because I'm not a real good speaker, but it was fun, and that's great news for the city, HPC, and the community itself. So May is Preservation Month, as you know. Last year we had good turnout. We did a walk tour of historic properties in Meridian led by Barb Bauer from TAG. She volunteered her time for that and was greatly appreciated. We had some good turnout for that. We had a reconnaissance survey completed by them highlighting important properties in downtown Meridian. There was 256 properties surveyed from basically City Hall north, a lot of older homes that were looked at, some of the old Sears Foursquare homes that were just shipped in mail order, built kits, you can bring them in and people constructed them. So we've a lot of interesting properties down there that we'll do some further work on. That includes the East Idaho Avenue block with the historic buildings downtown. We also nominated the Tolith House for Preservation Idaho Orchid Award, which they received. Elizabeth Burgess has done a great job restoring that house back to its origins, and that's a great, great compliment to downtown Meridian. And here's some photos of the Tolith House and Hidden Gems events. Ongoing HPC projects, we're continuing our virtual tours through whole films that photograph properties not only downtown, but out in future areas of the city. Pictures of the Eggers Farmstead. So people can get a look just online. They can look at these photographs and realize the history of Meridian. Our ongoing walking tours that are self-guided. We ask that you download the app for smartphones and do these self-guided tours. A lot of times people can't make it down to our designated time for Preservation Month, but this is a great time to take your family out, just to walk around Meridian and get a little bit of the history about it. We too have social media accounts, Facebook, Instagram, that highlight some of the activities we're doing, our highlights and accomplishments throughout the year. We also try to create some interesting content in those for people to look at and comment on as far as buildings and history of Meridian. What's next is we are updating our historic preservation plan. The last one was completed in 2014, and Idaho State Historic Preservation Office recommends we update this every 10 years. So our 10 years is up. We've just received a grant from SHPO to do a major portion of this work. So we're thankful for SHPO recognizing our efforts in preserving this. That'll give us a framework for what we want to do for the next 10 years in preserving not only downtown Meridian, but other historic properties in the city. With that, I thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and I'm open for questions. Short and sweet, the way I like it.
Thank you. Council, questions for Blaine? Councilman Cavanagh.
Of course it's not, Dean, but it is now. Appreciate that. Blaine, every year I feel that you come here and I say, man, what a banner year for HPC. And I'm always wondering how you're going to top it. And here you are again, topping your success of last year. But I do have a question and then may also a compliment. This change with Meridian Speedway, with its historical designation, does that have any impact on its future operations, modifications to the site, new stands, less stands? How does that designation impact, I guess, the future of that site?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, as far as I know, it's not going to impact the usage at all. I've had that question before. Meridian Speedway is going to still exist the way it is, operate the way it is. One of the questions that came back from the National Park Service in our submission, it was back in 1980, the bleachers were changed out from the old wooden ones to aluminum ones for safety reasons. They are not original to the site, but did not detract or take away from the experience of going to the Speedway. And they recognize that for us. So as far as expansion, I don't see it's going to impact the expansion. If they need to do some changes, redo the bleachers again, concession stands, any of that stuff. I don't see that's going to change the recognition at all.
Great. And then, Mr. Mayor, just one comment real quick. And I know we've got an application later on this evening that the HPC provided some commentary on, and I won't speak about that specifically. I'll wait till that meeting comes up, but I want to thank you and commend you and the commissioners for being action-oriented about our history and our community, and just want you to know that the voice that comes from the HPC, I think, really resonates with the council, and just appreciate your great work around the Eggers Farm and making sure that the history of that site is front and center for the council to consider.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Cavanagh, thank you so much for your comments, and we appreciate that. And we appreciate all of the things that the city council does for us. We appreciate being able to use council chambers for our meetings. I've been to some meetings where they're held in conference rooms. The work gets done, but it's not the same feeling in those meetings. So thank you so much for that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strayer.
I just wanted to say, for a group that's focused so much on the past, you're doing a remarkable job of addressing the future. And I really appreciated your moves into virtual tours, the digital realm, everything kind of forward looking. I think that's really important for preserving our history. And I just wanted to share my compliments on that.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Blaine, I just wanted to add my thanks. I, again, was 4 years ago, was able to be the liaison to the commission and just really enjoyed my time there. And it's just fabulous to see the amazing continued work that the commission is doing, saving our history.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Blaine. Appreciate it. Next, we'll move on to item 25, which is the Neighborhood Grants Program, fiscal year 2023 project closeout and fiscal year 2024 project recommendation. Turn this over to Mr. Clough.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Jacob Clough. I'm the Community Relations and Policy Advisor here for the City of Meridian. I get the honor of doing the Neighborhood Grants Program each year. It is an ever-evolving program, and I wanted to recap a little bit of what's going on, give some brief history of what the program is and what's going on and what's going to be going on forward. To do a small recap, this is the third year of this program. We are entering into another year of applications, which we will talk about those funding requests later. Previously, we have had 2 very successful years funding 5 projects, and I get to do some fun and get to review some of those. So in 2022, we funded 3 projects. The Beep Beep Jeep, which is a fun little nickname to say, but at Bear Creek Park, Heroes Park, Pollinator Garden, and then had a program partnership with the American Legion right across the street. We're going to start off with the Beep Beep Jeep at Bear Creek Park. The Burgess family, this was an idea from their family to honor a family member, as well as to honor the connection that they have to the Jeep community here in Meridian. And if you haven't visited it yet, it's a great play area. It's accessible to all, and it's just a fun one. That picture is of the mayor and a couple of members in attendance, just having fun and cutting the ribbon. The next one is going to be the Heroes Park Pollinator Garden with Meridian Co-op Gardeners, which actually have their annual meeting right behind us here in about 30 minutes. They'd love to talk to you about that. They're very passionate about what they do, and they give us a lot for what we give them. This is all around a great volunteer opportunity for people. They solicit to the community. They force their kids to come out and dig holes. But they create a beautiful space for us. And this is just one of the many projects that they work around the city, but this was one that was funded through this program. As well, the flag disposal box and disposal program with the American Legion Post 113. We have 2 locations for these flag disposal boxes, one at Station 5 and one at Station 1. I know that they've been getting a lot of flags, and they have been going through them as fast as they can. They have a partnership with another American Legion program, and they're doing their best. We also funded some burners for them, and it's been a great program and really inspiring to see the impact that the American Legion has been doing. And I heard they just got some new renovations over there too as well. So last year we were going to fund 3 projects. Connection is the Cure was going to be that 3rd project. They actually got a funder to cover the bill. So they decided that they were not going to take up the grant process with us. One of the projects was our I Heart Treasure Valley and the Kelso Wheel and the conflict resolution training that they do with, they go to middle schools and elementary schools and they play a game with the kids. Mark Thornton would love to have that game played with you guys, so if you get in contact with him, he'd love to do it. But it was a volunteer opportunity that they do. They work around the Treasure Valley. This was a wonderful organization that was able to add add a little bit of emotional awareness for our kids as we go forward. The other project that we funded last year would be the Center at the Park outdoor repairs by the Meridian Senior Center. The outside was becoming dangerous to the public and needed to be renovated and shored up. So now let's talk about this year. This year for the 2024, I am seeking approval and recommendations for the 2024 budget funds for the neighborhood grant program. Through the scoring applications, we have got 3 projects that have risen to the top. One would be the Meridian Library Foundation for books for the Meridian Library District. The Senior Center has again put forth a park improvement. This would be for accessible seating and benches for the back patio. And then we also have an organization called David's Hope. David's Hope is a memorial for pregnancy loss and infant loss. And they're working with the Meridian Cemetery District to put together a great memorial in the new addition that they are planning. It has a gazebo and many other things. You probably saw it in the application. So, and thank you, council. I keep this very brief and short, so I will stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Jake. Council, questions for Mr. Clough?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Jake, appreciate the good work. I know it's sometimes herding cats to get scores and applications and kind of keep that process moving forward. So I appreciate your diligence on that. We encountered, I think this year, 2 requests that are not being recommended. And part of that was because they kind of exist on private property. And we encountered that same challenge last year. And I struggle with it because we call it a neighborhood grant. And we've yet to do a project in a neighborhood. And so I worry that by calling it a neighborhood grant program, we are inviting ultimately types of requests that we don't feel that we should fund. And I guess I am contrary to that. The project, particularly the one that would take care of some of the trees along the sidewalk area, to me, when I was first approached about this program, it's those types of projects that I would like the city to be doing more. Mm-hmm. So I guess my question for you is, has the council, have we created our own limitation from being able to achieve maybe what the intention is that we've got to do better education of grant submittees to have it meet what the goal is? Help me understand how we can get to starting to actually fund neighborhood projects instead of just ancillary projects as part of other taxing districts and other forms of government.
Yeah. Mayor, council, great question, a lot to unpack there. With your first observation that it is called neighborhood grants and we're not funding as many things in a neighborhood that we were initially believing we would, that does come down to that private public space. I included those 2, the Vineyard HOA, tree removal and common area management into it due to the fact that there was a small piece of public property along with it. But again, it is submitted in a way that it is the majority going towards a private property improvement. It would be really great to sit down with all of you guys and all of council about what your vision is for the future, how you feel like this program should improve, maybe look at how we can reword it. You guys have some really great experience throughout your professional career, and it would be great to lean on that and ask some questions on that. So, I may have sidestepped it a little bit, but please continue.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Jake, I think so. I think that this is in our 4th iteration, and certainly, we did the participatory budgeting program before that. And I think we're getting closer to what I had hoped, 6 or 7 years ago when we went down this path we would get to. And again, The desire of council may also change and evolve. So I think potentially this summer, a workshop session about this. I think there's some very simple changes that we could make that would make these programs more with what is intended to be done. Frankly, I think next year, if we're getting more requests for projects that are occurring on city property, I'm probably not going to be very supportive because we have other mechanisms. If those projects are important, we've got a mechanism to do that. This is really designed to go outside of city-controlled assets to make an impact in our community. So we'll work with the mayor's office and get something like that scheduled sometime this summer.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Jacob, good to see you and thank you for the presentation. One question, how do we get the word out, advertise, make people in the community aware of these grants? And I think that might speak a little bit to some of your concern. Those who are here involved in the process, pay attention, would know about it, but maybe we're trying to help those who wouldn't be. So I'm just kind of curious, what do we do to kind of make this program available and aware to people outside of that, the inner circle scope of those who pay attention to city governance?
Council, Mayor, Councilman Taylor. So we have a couple of different ways that we're doing that. We always send out our media release through our comms manager and our comms team, as well as social media posts. We regularly posting about this opportunity during the time that we're allowed. We don't want to go before the budgeting process because I don't want to be trying to backtrack but as well as sending it out to previous recipients, previous applicants, and then personal networking too as well. So direct emails, social media, press release. Second year, the FY 2023, we were able to actually get a small news story about it too as well, which got some good traction and had some interested individuals that were learning about the program. And again, this year, I do want to preface, the numbers might be a little lower, but that's also for the fact of one of the feedbacks that I got from last year was a large file coming into you, coming to council, and many of them not able to be funded. So the idea was to try and whittle that down to a appropriate number that was manageable and as well were able to be funded.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just as we're sort of thinking about how to visit this in a workshop session or something, what is the timing in terms of when you'll go back out? Do you anticipate for the next round of applications? What's the timing been?
So Mayor, Councilwoman, we will do it around the budgeting process. So the first week in October, once the budget is approved, we hit the ground running with as much advertisement, both social media and with a press release. Again, I don't want to go before, I don't want to put the cart before the horse and get in trouble that way. But again, I think the effectiveness is there, and the numbers don't really tell the story with the amount of people that were contacting us. But I do think that it's we have to continue to educate the individuals that were interested in this year, keep them engaged for next year, teach them how to do this. Many of these individuals do not have the professional grant writing capability or have that experience, but they're learning the process and they're excited about what they want to do and what they want to bring to Meridian. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
thank you. Yeah, I think it would be great for us to have a workshop session to talk about the purpose of the program, how we can kind of tailor it, and how we can help make it accessible for individuals. I think that's really important. So we're sort of, covering a group that doesn't normally maybe access these types of grants. Are you looking for action from us today regarding the recommendations listed here?
so I
One of
believe I
you-
just need approval for staff to go out to begin the process of getting the contract signed for these grants that are recommended from the scoring and then compiled by myself.
Got it. Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
I thought the recommendations made good sense. There was a question in my mind about the additional tree removal. items. And I do think we need a workshop session to sort of talk through those types of applications. But I did think that these three items made good sense and would help our community. Particularly, I thought that the Memorial for Pregnancy and Infant Loss was a very unique type of project that I thought, could really impact the community. I'm curious if council has other feedback about these three recommended projects. If we're going to continue discussions about the purpose of the program and intent, we can, but I wouldn't, if we're all supportive of these three projects, I would think it would make sense to move those forward tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
maybe a question for our legal staff or Jake is, I'm supportive of the three recommendations, but where we have excess budget, also funding the tree and plant project, because I believe it's in line with the intent of the program, but I just want to make sure there wouldn't be any concern from legal that we're moving outside of the bounds of kind of what the letter of the rule states versus kind of maybe what has been intended by council with this program.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I mean, again, it's your program, so you're
Okay.
certainly free to deviate slightly if you need to.
That would be my recommendation, is that we take the three recommended by staff, but also include the tree and plant project as the recommendation by council. That's a good one, Chris.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I have struggled so much with the inclusion of, these enhancements for private property. I'm still grappling with whether that's our role. I think I would be open to doing it on a pilot basis on this one and trying to see if we can work through that legally and kind of what, if we can have legal and the team kind of report back on what the challenges are and what we're encountering. I don't think it's going to be, it doesn't sound like it's going to be as straightforward as we're all hoping, but I think I'm open to trying to do that with those projects. And that's new ground that we'd be trailblazing. But from what I understand from people that were on the council, that was part of the intent of the program. So I'm open to trying that just for feedback.
Got a lot of thoughts, but I'm gonna withhold them for now because I think this does open up a box in a lot of different ways. We've been very diligent in art, for example, of not putting art on things that we don't own. That now, I think that, Emily's not here. I don't know how I'm not involved in the conversations, and maybe Dave or Jake wants to. I know she's got some very strong opinions on this. She is not the city attorney. He is sitting right there. But it just does, well, if we go down that road, I think we can call it a pilot project, but it does change the dynamics and how we view pretty much everything that we spend money on, potentially, or not.
Mr. Mayor and Council, your comment is very important and valid. I think we've worked through this program and run into roadblocks before, but I do appreciate your comment and suggestion, Councilwoman Strayer. I think that we could certainly look at it and bring back the feedback as we progress through the process. I can't stand here and say that we can make it happen, given the rules that we have from finances and the legal aspects of where we can and can't spend money as a city entity. But happy to look into it, and I think this has been probably the primary area where this program has sort of met the struggle of the desire of the council and what the city can actually do. And we're always open to try and find how we can navigate that if we can, and if we can't, we can come back and tell you we can't.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and just to add in, like, if it's a finance policy, we can change the finance policy. That's not an issue. It's a state law.
Different.
Then what are you willing to do in opposition to state law?
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think Councilmember Strader's got a great suggestion. We'll pilot this. Just like with past years with neighborhood grants, we have learned and we have improved. The intent is there. This is what the council wants to do. If we are prohibited from doing that, we trust that you will come back and obviously let us know that. And then I think that is good information for us to take into account as we go into this workshop session about here's what council wants. This is our intent. Can we do it? And then let's build the metrics and the mechanism to make sure that we can execute it that way. Great.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. So we'll progress as if we can, and if we can, we'll keep you updated and hit any roadblocks. We'll let you know that as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
In action then, a motion and a.
No, you'll take motion and actions on each individual issue as they come back with signed contracts or otherwise.
For me?
And if you don't see one for that one, you'll understand why, because there'll be a conversation one way or the other. But we'll move forward on those three that are, well, we'll move forward on all of them, but yes, you'll take individual action as they come forward. If I was concerned, I would say, yeah, let's do one, but we got forehead nods and
Thank you, council.
thank you. All right, with that, we will move on to item 26, which is a public hearing for community input on Meridian Community Development Block Grant Program Action Plan. We'll open the public hearing with comments from Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Let me open this really quick. So we are right at the beginning of our action planning period. We're getting ready to develop it, and we are wanting to reach out to the public to make sure we have their feedback so that we're incorporating the projects that they're actually wanting to see. Quick overview of the CDBG program. This is a grant that Meridian receives directly from HUD. So every project has to come back to creating housing stability. It's also for people who are low to moderate income, which is 80% or less of the area median income. And it's for people who are Meridian residents. They have to be within city limits. If you're trying to figure out what the AMI looks like, an example would be a 4-person household can make up to $71,300 and still qualify for this program. We have a couple of different guiding documents. The main one is our 5-year consolidated plan. It defines the goals for the upcoming 5 years. And then we have an annual action plan, which is what we're getting ready to develop. And it says how we're going to meet those goals and what activities we're going to fund. And then at the end of the year, we have a report to say how we're progressing towards those goals. So again, we're at the beginning of the planning process, and we have an application opening on April 1st. It'll be open the entire month of April. And the first thing that we're trying to do as we're asking for community feedback is to ensure that the consolidated plan stays relevant and that we're continuing to meet the needs of the community. We're also wanting to review current partnerships to make sure that these partnerships are working and that the needs of the community is being met. And then we want to see if there's any other potential partnerships that we should be seeking out to see if there's other services that we need to provide. So for our applications, we have public services and housing. Potential projects for public services that we're funding right now are emergency rental assistance, childcare scholarships, and we're actually funding domestic violence services this year as well. Potential housing projects include homebuyer assistance and homeowner repair. And we do not have an application coming for our public facility and infrastructure improvement dollars because we are using the rest of the con plan to work toward walkability projects that were identified in our LMA walkability study. When we develop the con plan, we also look at the analysis of impediments to fair housing. And when we did this, then there were 3 impediments that were identified. So I'm going to go through each of those impediments and talk about the actions that we're currently doing and then potential action items that I would put into our upcoming plan unless there's feedback that says that those are not a great plan. So the first impediment is lack of data on fair housing violations. The city wasn't requesting this information previously. So in the meantime, we have made contact with Intermountain Fair Housing Council and Idaho Legal Aid, and we're requesting that on an annual basis. And moving forward, we would like to identify a fair housing contact, and this person would be able to refer residents to appropriate resources and then collect data on any calls that we receive to the city. So we just kind of want to streamline that so that if there is a call coming in, people know where to go. We do have an action item of fair housing testing that was included as a recommendation in our AI, but we are recommending that's put on hold because Intermountain Fair Housing Council is actually receiving other federal funding to do this. And so unless there's a great need in Meridian, then we would rather put our resources elsewhere. For impediment 2, there was a lack of complaints was out of sync with our community feedback. So we are trying to provide greater outreach and support to residents when they're trying to file a complaint. So ongoing actions, we have a group that we meet with regularly. It's the Treasure Valley Entitlement Communities. We call the group the Canada Collaborative, and we discuss actions like this and how to address it. We also have a fair housing radio campaign for Fair Housing Month in April that we work with the Canada Collaborative on. For future years, we would like to continue to find opportunities to educate the public, and we would like to update the language access plan. We would also like to work toward a Fair Housing Month proclamation and a fair housing webpage. For impediment 3, there was concerns with fair housing violations in the rental market because all of the violations that were documented were for renters. So ongoing actions, we are working with Intermountain Fair Housing Council to hold a fair housing training here at City Hall next week, actually. So that's something that we'll continue to work with. We also have been working to help facilitate the Idaho Fair Housing Forum for the last couple of years. And then again, that Canada Collaborative Group does a lot to discuss how to address these situations. Moving forward, we will look for opportunities to provide education to rental management and rental property organizations. Quick overview of what the application process is going to look like. The application opens on April 1st. We'll have an application workshop for anybody who's wanting to apply on the 16th, and then it will close on April 30th. In early May, then we'll have a scoring committee that reviews the applications, and then late May, they'll make their recommendations and do all the scoring and everything. And then I will update our action plan, put all of the recommendations in there, and the draft plan will be open for public comment from June 11th to July 14th. So again, what we're asking is for the community to provide feedback on the needs and potential partnerships for services in Meridian. If people would like to provide the feedback, they can scan this QR code and it will have questions related specifically to those items, or they can email me at ccampbell@meridiancity.org or call me at 208-489-0575. And we also have a website, meridiancity.org/CDBG, where people can find additional information, including all of our plans. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Crystal. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Doug.
Close enough. Crystal, thank you. I was kind of interested with the lack of data or kind of syncing with what are we receiving in terms of complaints or issues with fair housing. Have you reached out at all to Consumer Protection Division at the state? I think it's under the Attorney General's office. They are primarily responsible for those types of consumer-related issues where there might be violations. So I'm wondering, is there data that they would have that would help you have a better idea of kind of the issues here in the city?
Mr. Mayor, Council, that's a great suggestion. I wasn't aware of that, so I have not reached out to them. I'm with my contacts, then it's mainly HUD, fair housing, things like that. So I know that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just a follow-up comment.
Councilman Taylor.
I think in the past that the office has put together a kind of a guide for property managers on how to make sure that they're in compliance with fair housing laws and things like that. So I think it's a great resource where there's information there. I think you should include them as much as you can, not just for information, but inviting them to participate in any of your forums, training for property managers and companies, which I think is a great idea just overall, because Idaho is one of 2 states where property managers are not licensed. It's Maryland and Idaho. And so you don't have to hold a license to be a property manager. And so I think educating them on some of these issues is significant. I think a higher level of, I'd love to see this in Meridian and of course statewide, but at least in our city, I think if there's a higher level of understanding of not just what the laws are, but ensuring there's a good relationship between landlords and tenants, I think would help address some of our problems. I know some of the emergency rental assistance programs we have in the Valley, one of the best things they do is act as a mediator, and they can keep people in housing by just having a conversation. And I think that'd be a great use of our time to do that. So thank you.
Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Every year I struggle with the home buyer assistance component of the program because it's very underutilized. It's very targeted toward a small number of people. I feel like it has a very limited impact. I'm just curious to hear what the alternatives are. What are other things we could kind of pursue? I understand that there are very stringent requirements of these programs and a lot of red tape. But and you don't have to answer that, but I'm just curious, even a follow-up conversation, what are sort of alternatives that we can kind of pursue? Because in the past, we've had this home buyer assistance plank as kind of part of our program. It's been very underutilized. And I would just hope we could, sort of find something else that might have a better impact or where our dollars could go a little bit further, especially in this market. I think it will be really challenging to make that effective.
Mr. Mayor, Council, those are great comments, and you're absolutely right. I actually did have a conversation with the organization that we typically partner with on that and told them that I actually wouldn't recommend it. I'm not the one who makes the final decision on this applications, and so if they want to provide that application, it's an open application. But I did tell them that I would let the scoring committee know that it probably wasn't the best use of funds. And two, it is tricky trying to put CDBG funds into housing because we can't actually do any type of construction. So what we found is that the homeowner repair program has actually been really successful and our best way to help as many people as possible. And I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but the majority of people that we're helping are elderly women who are single with limited income. So it's actually helping people to age in place, and it's creating a way for them to stay in housing that's affordable to them.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
thanks for that feedback. Appreciate that.
Are there any additional questions for staff? Okay. Well, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody present who would like to provide testimony? Either in person or online? Seeing none, council, is it your desire to leave the public hearing open?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I guess I move that we keep the public hearing open. I don't know if we need a motion for that, but that probably makes sense at this point.
Do we have a date certain that this needs to stay open until?
No, not necessarily, but I do have a public comment period that closes on April 7th. There's a couple of places where I'm going to be next week. I'm going to have an open house actually out here when you guys have your council meeting next week. Then I'm also going to the Do the Right event. So after that, then I was hoping to collect everything and end it on April 7th. The only real deadline is that if there's any extra organizations that are identified, I want to make sure that they have time to complete an application.
So would you want to continue this till April 9th to allow time for everything to be added in an additional comment period?
Sure, that sounds great.
Does that work for council? Okay, then a motion, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh?
I move that we continue the public hearing for community impact on Meridian's Community Development Block Grant Program to April 9th.
Have a motion and a second to continue this item until April 9th. Is there further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is continued.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you. Councilwoman Schrader.
that we adjourn the meeting.
Have a motion to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.
council goes old school. Like, I think the most of the what are there for us tonight, yeah.
Ready to go? Okay. Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is March 26, 2024 at 6:03 PM. We'll begin this evening's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Here.
Councilman Taylor. Councilwoman Strader. Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tonight's invocation will be delivered by Jason Billister of the Boise Rescue Mission. If you would please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection. Mr. Billister, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Everyone, please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, I thank you tonight, God, for your servants, our mayor, our city manager, our city staff, our city council members, and the Meridian community. We come to you tonight, God, asking for your guidance, your wisdom, your keen discernment, and your support as we begin this meeting. We give this meeting and time to you. And I pray that you will guide our discussion that brings meaningful discussion and stronger bonds for our community. Help us, Lord, to trust you more with an impartation of your godly wisdom and discernment. I pray that they will be able to solve our city's problems and make good policies. Please bring a new level of peace and clarity to everyone involved in this meeting. Grant them excellence in their governance. In your precious, mighty name, amen.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. Okay. Next up, we have the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
There are no changes to the agenda, but just one note that item number 6, the Pathways project on Ustick, is being withdrawn for anyone in the audience that was waiting on that project. With that and no changes to the agenda, I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay, that's another public forum. So with that, we will move into our proclamation this evening for the Meridian High School Wrestling State Champions Day.
We had some wrestlers.
Here they come. They're all the noise out in the outside.
Squad.
You guys know the drill. I don't even have to say anything.
Let's go. What's up, man? Good to see you guys.
Man, I so much love and doing the wrestling team more than I like doing the basketball team. So much more enjoyable from that standpoint. Well, it's an honor to be here tonight. And well, as we've got a few more people kind of coming in, once again, celebrating our state champions at Meridian High School for the wrestling program. This would be the fourth time in 4 years. Are we ready to call the dynasty, or do we need to get one more on the thumb before we can make it an official dynasty for next year? Okay, next year we can use the D word. This year is just for a four-peat from that standpoint. So I'm gonna go ahead and read a proclamation, and then we'll ask Coach Mary or whoever to come up and represent the team at that point in time, and we'll have each individual state their name and weight class and class year, so we get that on the record. But with that, whereas being a Meridian High School wrestler is more than scoring points, escapes, takedowns, pins, and achieving state titles. It is training to build leadership, character, confidence, teamwork, and resilience, all traits needed to succeed on the mat, in the classroom, and in the real world. And whereas the hard work and dedication of the Meridian Warrior Wrestling team and coaches resulted in winning the 2024 State Wrestling Championship. And whereas their determination racked up 14 placers and 4 individual state champs to post 273.5 points. And whereas the Meridian Warriors took their place in history, becoming the first in Idaho 5A wrestling team to achieve a 4th straight championship. And whereas the leadership, training, and discipline of their coaches helped team members to focus their talents, passion, and fortitude become a dynasty. With each player making valuable contributions to their victory. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, hereby proclaim March 26, 2024 as Meridian High School Wrestling State Champions Day in the city of Meridian, and call upon the community to join me in congratulating the Meridian High Warriors on their remarkable athletic achievement and for representing Meridian so proudly in the state tournament. Team, congratulations.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll keep this short. Thanks for coming out. I'm just really proud to be a part of what we've built at Meridian High. And this is just a small group of what we have going on. I think we have 22 coaches, volunteer slash official coaches, and we have about 80 athletes on the team. But yeah, I'm really proud of the culture we've cultivated over the years. And these are really, really good kids, not just good wrestlers. And a little bit just on the history, Meridian High, we had our first 4-time state champ, Jason Mara over here. He's going to a little school in Cali called Stanford, which is pretty neat. We also have Hudson Rogers going to Oregon State, and then man, we got a bunch of other guys that are still trying to find homes. But I think after next year we should have right around 10 kids competing at the college level. So we're just really proud of what we're building and the type of kids that we have at Meridian High. So thank you.
If you want to start, just come name, year in school, weight class you wrestled, and just run through. Then we'll do a picture with everybody after that works.
Jason Mara, 152, and I'm a senior.
Parson Gooley, I wrestled at 195 senior.
Jeremiah Gonzalez, 113, junior. Greg Morrill, 98, freshman. Andre Ramirez, 138, junior.
Logan Shaver, 145, sophomore. Gabe Warner, 138, sophomore.
Fabricio, 172, senior.
Ranger, 106, freshman. Tobias Guillen, freshman, 106.
Hezekiah Suter, 160, sophomore.
Matthew Papa, 126, and I'm a senior. Bradley Bones, 182, sophomore.
Fahad Hillislands, 152, senior. Ryan Amaro, 132, sophomore. Tegan Lowe, 195, sophomore.
Jackson Beck, 113, freshman.
Vincent Torres, 120, freshman. Drake Miller, 126, freshman.
Elise Tway, 152, junior.
Hudson Rogers, 182, senior. Adam Estoya, 106, freshman.
Drake Jane, 98, freshman.
Congrats. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Great job.
And as they're exiting, I just want to say thank you to the parents as well. I know this is a family affair and a lot of time and effort and energy over a lot of years. So appreciate them. All right, next up, we have a proclamation for National Vietnam War Veterans Recognition Day. So if I could have Helen join me up here, as well as the rest of the group from the Meridian Emma Edwards Green Daughters of the American Revolution chapters. Thank you all for being here and making this request. So we'll go ahead and read the proclamation and turn it over for any comments you have. So whereas National Vietnam War Veterans Day is observed every year on March 29th to thank and honor our nation's Vietnam veterans and their families for their sacrifice. And whereas the Vietnam War was a time in our nation's history where service members of different backgrounds came together to complete a daunting mission. And whereas we have a strong commitment to recognizing and acknowledging the accomplishments of all individuals in the diverse community we serve. And whereas the City of Meridian wishes to highlight the services of our armed forces and support organizations during the war, a tribute to wartime contributions at home by American citizens and allies, and acknowledge the technology, science, and medical advances made during the war. And whereas we respectfully say thank you for your service and welcome home to our community's Vietnam veterans who served, and let them know they will be remembered for generations to come. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simonson, hereby proclaim March 29, 2024 as National Vietnam War Veterans Recognition Day in the City of Meridian, and call upon the community to observe this day with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities that commemorate the anniversary of the Vietnam War, day this 26th day of March 2024. So with that, go ahead and turn this over to you, Helen, for any comments you'd like.
I wasn't prepared for this part, but I would like to say that if you have ever heard of the Daughters of the American Revolution, Emma Edwards Green chapter is less than 2 years old. It's a brand new chapter here in Meridian. And one of our pillars is, of course, patriotism. And so any chance that we get to recognize our veterans, we step forward and do that. This is all part of a concentrated effort throughout the nation to recognize the National Vietnam War Veterans Appreciation Day, which will be this Friday. And so if you have the opportunity, there will be a celebration at Kleiner Park, right across from the Senior Center. And it goes on from 1 to 3:30. And we will have proclamations on display from other communities here around the Treasure Valley. So it's a great time to come out. I did invite Vietnam veterans to come, but they must be shy because they weren't able to show up. But they are aware that we're doing this, and they're very happy that we're taking the time to appreciate them and recognize them. And I would like to thank the mayor and the City of Meridian because they have been so supportive of our chapter. And anytime I've asked for any proclamation or anything, they step forward. So thank you, and thank you, Mayor. Yes, we would love it.
Thank you, Council. That one's, while my mom didn't leave the country, she was serving during that in the, so the Vietnam era for her and I is a little bit unique and special. So I was happy to do that one. It's a little special. I'll tell my mom that. Okay, with that, moving on to the next item on our agenda is a resolution number 24-2445, appointing Heather Giacomo. I knew, I was like, it's not what I'm trying to say. Heather Giacomo to seat 7 of the Meridian Historic Preservation Commission and providing an effective date. As always, Blaine and I sat down and we interviewed the candidates, and we had 3 applicants. They were all excellent candidates for different reasons and purposes. But it felt that Heather was going to provide a couple different things to the commission moving forward. One of which, she combines both having a history degree, but also an engineering degree, which is one of the identified professions in our ordinance that we need to have. And let's say Mr. Johnson decided to step down tomorrow, we wouldn't have anybody that had that type of requirement on our commission. And so rather than have to go out and seek someone right away to fill that requirement, we thought it'd be great to get another person that had that specific ordinance requirement on the commission and would also provide a different perspective to things. So, I think she'll be a great addition to the Historic Preservation Commission. She's newer to the community, but been here long enough to, I think, to get her roots established in that. And she's at a point in time in her life where she's ready to give back in this fashion. And so we are excited to welcome her to the Historic Preservation Commission. And she is here for any comments or questions, should you have them before or after you make any motions. That, happy to answer any questions or stand for questions. Councilman Schrader.
Welcome, Heather. We're really excited to have you, and you're a woman of many talents, and we appreciate your background that combines those two very different disciplines. With that, I move that we approve resolution number 24-2445, appointing Heather Giacomo to seat 7 of the Meridian Historic Preservation Commission.
Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-2445. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Heather, would you like to make any comments to council since you came all the way down here?
Thank you. I'm just excited to be here, excited to give back to this community. I've only been here for almost 8 years, but I just love Meridian, and I'm glad to put my talents to use. Thank you very much.
Thanks and congrats.
Thank you.
Thanks, Heather, and good luck. And Blaine, thanks for sticking around for the appointment. All right, with that, we'll move on to item 4 on the agenda, the public hearing for proposed summer 2024 fee schedule of the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department. We will open the public hearing with staff comments from Ms. White.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thanks for having me tonight. Good to see some of you guys, or all you guys. Well, I'm missing 2 over here, right? So our department brings our fees to you guys about 3 times a year, April, August, and December, for our activity guide before we publish it, just to confirm all the fees and show you guys what we have to offer for that activity guide. So with that, in front of you is the summer 2024 activity guide fees, and be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, questions, or are these substantially, do you want to speak for the record? Are these substantially similar to previous years? Have they changed a lot? Just for those that don't have a document in front of them.
Sure, Mr. Mayor and Council, some of them have changed. In there is a document that kind of shows the increases, decreases, or no change in particular. Some of those changes do come because if there's 5 Tuesdays in the month, the class runs on Tuesday compared to 4 Tuesdays. So they fluctuate here and there, and that's relevant in that document. So, but they're primarily the same.
Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Garrett, I appreciate you put this in the memo that this is in line with our cost recovery model. For our new council members, maybe a quick Cliff Notes overview about what that model is for and what it's intended to do.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh. Yeah, so our cost recovery pyramid is kind of what we call it. Is basically we do provide our fees based on what public benefit they get out of each program. So for example, special events, city special events, a lot of times they're free to the public, so they benefit the whole public in itself, right? The top of the pyramid is like the individual one-on-one stuff that we did full cost recovery on. So I hope that makes sense. So as you go down the pyramid, it's like 5 different levels. And as you go down to the thicker part of the pyramid, I would say it's less cost recovery, more public benefit.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Garrett, love seeing the new programs. I'm not sure if I'm excited or dreading family golf. It is planned for the Caverners this year, so thank you maybe, but I may be offering some comments unsolicited after the season. But I appreciate just the department's intention of always trying to bring new programs and offerings into our community. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Garrett, I just would like to say thank you. Year after year, you guys do a great job. I am currently enrolled in 2 classes right now. I think your staff laughs about me being one of the forever yoga people. And so you guys do a great job. I don't know the definition of family golf, so I was going to ask you what family golf consists of in the case of this definition.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Little Roberts, good question. A lot of those descriptions I don't know by heart or off the top of my head, but I think it's getting all the family together and going out and playing some golf and getting a little bit of lessons here and there. So, Mr. Cavanagh probably knows a little bit more than, read the description.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Garrett, I wanted to compliment you. I know you guys have listened to feedback and you provided a table that had the previous fee with the recommended fee and the percentage increase. That appendix was perfect. That is a best practice for any kind of change going forward. That makes it so easy for us to review that memo. I just really appreciated you providing that information. So it's right there up front. Unless there are other questions, Mr. Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing.
Well, we should wait and
We
see if
didn't have the public
we
hearing.
didn't have, we need to open up for any
I
of
apologize.
these wonderful people that are here that may want to come up and testify on this issue tonight. So you are good, Ms. Quirk, we have anyone that signed up?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, is there anybody present who would like to come up and provide testimony on the 2024 Parks Summer Fee Schedule? And if you're online, you can use your raise your hand. I haven't looked to see if we have anybody. Nope, it's just Garrett who's here. So that would be impossible. So with that, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
so moved.
Motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second? Motion second to close the public hearing. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we approve item number 5, resolution 24-2443, adopting the summer 2024 fee schedule for the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department.
I have a motion and a second to approve resolution 24-2443. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Thank you very much, Mr. White. Okay. Next item is item 6, the public hearing, which continued from March 6, 2024. We'll continue this with any comments from staff regarding what they've asked for.
Mayor, members of the council, pleasure to be here with you tonight. Yeah, the applicant has just asked to withdraw their application for the Pathways Middle School. Looks like they're going to pursue, or not Pathways Middle School, but Pathways School. Looks like they're going to pursue an opportunity on a different property, and they'll come back and meet with staff at a later date. And they saw that it may not be in their best interest to move forward on developing a school on an arterial roadway. So they've just asked for you to acknowledge their withdrawal this evening.
Okay. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Is the applicant here tonight? Okay. Not seeing the applicant being here.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we accept the applicant's withdrawal of their application on item number 6, Pathways H 2023-0061.
I have a motion and a second to accept the withdrawal. Is there any discussion? Not all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is withdrawn. Up next, item 7 is public hearing for Coal Valley Christian, H 2024-0002. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Next item is the MDA Development Agreement Modification for the Coal Valley Christian School. Not a lot of details for you here tonight. Originally, when we accepted the application, it was or process the application, the DA hadn't been signed or executed yet. And in our ordinance, we require them to be done within a 6-month timeframe. Well, I'm happy to report since that time, the DA has been executed, including the addendum before you this evening. So really, this is just more of a formality tonight. The reason for the delay was the fact that the applicant was required to record a property boundary adjustment in the county prior to the ordinance and the DA being executed. I'm happy to report that on March 7th, the applicant did conclude that property boundary adjustment in the county, so they have met that requirement of their DA. And all they're asking for you is for you to approve their development agreement tonight and their ordinance. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just a quick question for legal. It looks like we could move to approve the DA modification and extension at the same time as the findings and the DA modification. Is that right?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Schrader, we actually separated them intentionally so that we would approve them individually.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Clark, do we have anybody set up on this item? Oh, actually, is the applicant here? We're just wanting to go so fast tonight and just, so. Thank you. If you can say your name and address for the record.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Amber Van Oker, LKV Architects, representing Cole Valley. Don't have any additional comments other than what Bill has covered. It's just took us a little bit longer to get all the legal documents in place, but we are pleased to say that's all happened, and we're just here looking for your approval and moving things forward. Thank you.
Council, any questions for the applicant? Perfect. All right. Eric, you want to sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, nobody indicated they wish to speak.
Okay, is there anybody present who'd like to provide testimony on this item this evening? Seeing none, applicant waives. Any final comments? Applicant waives. Council, your direction on close the public hearing, or
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader?
I move that we close a public hearing on item number 7.
Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we approve the development agreement modification for the 6-month time extension in order for the property owner to continue the development agreement required under H 2023-0011 for Cole Valley Christian School.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 7. Is there any further discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh. Little Roberts. Taylor. Schrader.
All ayes, and the item is agreed to. Next up is item 8, findings of fact, conclusion of law for Cole Valley Christian, H 2024-002.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we approve item number 8 as stated.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 8. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh. Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor. Schrader.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next up is item 9, which is development agreement and development agreement modification for H 2023-001/H 2024-0002.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we approve the development agreement and development agreement modification on the same application.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 9. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh. Little Roberts. Taylor. Schrader.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried, and the item is agreed to. Nice work, people. Next item up is item 10, a public hearing for Kilgore, H 2023-0063. We will open this public hearing with comments from staff.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The applicant has submitted an application for a rezone. The property, the site exists of 0.34 acres of land zoned R4 located at 1105 North Meridian Road. History on the property is none. The comprehensive flume designation is Old Town. The applicant is requesting to rezone 0.34 acres of land from R4 to Old Town to operate a personal service for a hair salon on the subject property. A legal description and exhibit map for the rezone are included with the application. This property is within the city's area of city impact boundary. The proposed 1,193 square foot hair salon will be located in the downtown area within Meridian Urban Renewal District. The building was built in 1948 and is slated for further improvements to meet city code requirements and enhance the customer experience. The rear porch will be expanded to include an ADA ramp, and the applicant will be required to pave the alley adjacent to the property. Additional 5 parking stalls are proposed to be paved adjacent to the alley. The proposed hours of operation will be from Tuesday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Due to the size of the development, staff does not believe a development agreement should be required. The existing home meets all the dimensional standards. Access is provided via an alleyway to the north from Washington Street. The public street to the south of this property, West Carlton Avenue, operates as a one-way only leading eastward towards North Meridian Road. The existing home has unpaved parking off the alleyway with a space up for 5 parking stalls. There is currently no off-street parking on this site. The applicant is required to pave both the alley and the 5 proposed parking stalls with the development of the site upon submittal of a future certificate of zoning compliance application. Wheel restraints should be added to prevent overhanging beyond the designated parking stall dimensions in accordance with the UDC. Additionally, ACHD recommends paving the entire width of the alley from the edge of the pavement from Carlton Avenue to the site's northern property line and providing 20 feet of backup area from any parking. The alley should be signed with no parking signs. The applicant has since submitted a revised site plan. As you can see, labeled that their first site plan that was submitted, that this reflects the conditions in the staff report or in the analysis. And then they did add additional parking, and we will review that with the future certificate of zoning compliance application and compare that to the UDC code. Old Town is classified as a traditional neighborhood zoning district, and no off-street parking is required for a lawfully existing structure unless an addition occurs. No additions are proposed with this project except for expanding the rear entry area. The applicant is providing 5 parking stalls off the alley, which exceeds the required number of off-street parking spaces, as 2 are only required per the UDC for a traditional neighborhood district. A minimum of 1 bicycle parking space is required to be provided. The plan does not include the bicycle racks. The applicant should revise the plan and include that rack. And as you can see on the revised site plan, they did include that. There is an existing 7-foot wide attached sidewalk on North Meridian Road along the existing property frontage. Staff does not recommend any additional changes to the frontage improvements. The applicant is proposing installation of a 4-foot wide sidewalk along the southern boundary of the site, extending from the parking stalls to the main entrance. All sidewalks around the buildings and serving public streets shall be a minimum of 5 feet in width according to the UDC. Both ACHD and staff recommend that the applicant construct a 5-foot wide detached concrete sidewalk abutting the site along West Carlton Avenue, connecting to the sidewalk along North Meridian Road. Additionally, staff recommends that the applicant remove the 4-foot proposed sidewalk on the south side of the property boundary and add a 5-foot sidewalk in front of the entire parking area. Staff strongly encourages the applicant to include a parkway along West Carlton Avenue with trees, bushes, lawn, or other vegetated cover in accordance with the UDC. Staff recommends that the applicant connect the proposed sidewalk at the main entrance of the building to the required sidewalk to be installed along West Carlton Avenue, and they've done that in the revised plan. And they currently have fencing, so that would require them to remove some of the fencing on the south side of the property. The applicant intends to remove the existing fence on the west side of the property adjacent to the stalls. As mentioned above, a portion of the fencing on the south side of the property should be removed to accommodate for pedestrian walkway to the main entrance of the building. The existing fencing surrounding a small patio in the front yard does not comply with the UDC requirements for fencing. as the maximum height for front yard fences is 3 feet for closed vision fences or 4 feet for open vision fences. No additional fencing is proposed at this time. Staff recommends that the applicant remove the existing fencing surrounding the front yard patio with fencing that complies with the UDC. Building elevations, conceptual building elevations and perspectives were submitted for the existing structure. The building consists of existing siding, fascia trim, asphalt roof shingles, and new wood deck railing and an ADA ramp. Only new additions to the structure is the rear entry. The proposed elevations are not approved with this application and will be reviewed with the design review application for consistency with the design standards listed in the Architectural Standards Manual. Full compliance with the ASM is not required based on the limited scope of work associated with this project. Commission recommended approval. Summary of the commission public hearing. Reed Kilgore was in favor. There was no opposition, no one commenting, no written testimony, no key issues. Key issues of discussion by commission are none. Commission changes to staff's recommendation is none. Outstanding issues for city council is none. Written testimony since the commission hearing is none. And that concludes staff's presentation, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Stacy. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks, Stacy. Just one question, and I struggled with kind of tracking this in the staff report, hoping you can maybe walk me through it. Some portions of the fence are required to be removed, and other portions you are recommending be removed. Is that correct? Or is all of it being required to be removed?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, so you are correct. So, I mean, I don't know how they would do that. The front fence, as you can see on the lower left corner, that's over 6 feet, that is required to be removed. So the remaining of it that's on the side of Carlton Avenue, in order for them to have the sidewalk attached to the proposed sidewalk, they're going to construct along West Carlton. They'll remove a portion of it so people can access their business in the rear.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
this is real quick. I think I'm tracking.
Okay.
The fence line along Carlton is the one that is recommended, and the fence line that is on Meridian Road, kind of the little porch area that we saw in that image, is required. Am I tracking that correctly?
That is 100% correct.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Stacy, I want to make sure I heard this correctly. The applicant was proposing a 4-foot wide sidewalk along Carlton, but is it recommended or required for a 5-foot wide sidewalk? Did I hear that correctly?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, so yes, that is correct. If you look at the site plan on the left side, she was actually proposing a 4-foot sidewalk on her property and not actually adjacent to the right-of-way, which it should connect to Meridian Road. And the UDC code requires 5 feet in width for commercial.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, this is the applicant here. Like to come forward, please? If you have anything that you'd like to add. Okay, council, any questions? All right, think we're good for now? Okay. Clerk, we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, is there anybody present that would like to provide testimony on this item? Seeing none. Council, what's your discussion before we ask the applicant if they want to waive any final comments?
Have any questions, comments, concerns?
Okay. Will you waive your final comments since you didn't make the first ones to begin with too? Okay, all right. So, Council, your direction.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
we close the public hearing on item 10, Kilgore, application H 2023-0063.
Motion is second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
appreciate staff giving me some good clarification on this. To the applicant, I love this property. This property provided me with money for water balloons and soda pops and video game rentals when I mowed it as a child. This is a great use. I'm excited for again another asset like this in downtown Meridian. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve application H-2023-0063 as presented by the staff and include all staff comments.
I have a motion and a second to approve item H 2023-0063. Is there discussion on the motion? Not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Strater.
All ayes, motion carries and item is agreed to. Thank you very much and good luck. All right, with that, we'll move on to item 11 this evening, which is public hearing for Farmstone Crossing subdivision, H 2023-0045. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
The next application before you is for Farmstone Crossing. Applications submitted are annexation and zoning and preliminary plat. This site consists of 33.89 acres of land zoned RUT in Ada County, located at 820 South Black Hat Road. History on the property is none. The comprehensive plan flume designation is mixed employment. Annexation is requested for 33.89 acres from RUT to ME zoning district. The development abuts mixed employment designated land to the east and borders I-84 to the south. This development is proposed to have access to a collector street as desired. Medium high-density residential uses are proposed to the north and light industrial to the west. Allowed uses in the ME district consist of offices, medical centers, research and development facilities, and light industrial uses with ancillary support services. The area is intended to develop with approximately 378,360 square feet, encompassing various potential uses like office, light industrial operations, flex space, and research and development components, such as distribution and light manufacturing. The inclusion of loading docks on elevations for the proposed flex building implies that all of the intended uses are primarily related to distribution or warehousing, which requires a conditional use permit in the ME zoning district. The proposed preliminary plat consists of 6 building lots and 1 common lot on 27.59 acres of land for the proposed Farmstone Crossing subdivision. The subdivision is proposed to develop in 2 phases as shown on the preliminary plat. Staff recommends that the collector street be constructed prior to development commencing on the property. Additionally, the first phase of development should encompass the construction of both the 10-foot wide detached sidewalks along South Black Cat Road and Vanguard Way, including the entire street buffers. The second phase of development should encompass the completion of the remaining 10-foot wide pathway along the I-84 interstate. According to GIS imagery, there is an existing home and other historic outbuildings adjacent to Black Cat Road that will be removed upon development of the Farmstone Crossing subdivision. Staff recommends that the applicant preserve some elements of the historic buildings. The applicant presented their proposed plan for the existing silos to the Historic Preservation Commission on January 25th, 2024. With the following option. 1, involves careful disassembling and storage of the structure with the intention to find an interested agency that may preserve the silo on another site. An agency would need to be identified before disassembly and prior to the commencement of the road. Alternatively, if no interested agency is identified prior to the commitments of the road construction, option 2, entails utilizing some materials from the silo in the construction of the monument. The meeting concluded with the Historic Preservation Commission expressing a preference for recommending to the Planning and Zoning Commission that both existing silos be disassembled and reassembled at a yet to be determined future location. It was emphasized that the specifics of the relocation be clarified prior to disassembly, and the new site would need to be determined within a reasonable period of time. As an alternating proposal, the commission advocates for the creation of a scale replica of the facilities on the current site. The Historic Preservation Commission wishes to review the details of the proposed monument with the initial certificate of zoning compliance submittal for the site. Additionally, the Historic Preservation Commission wishes to retain the ability to provide comments on the final proposed monument presented by the applicant. As part of the proposed first phase of development, all existing structures that do not conform to the district setbacks must be removed except for those agreed upon for historic preservation. The proposed preliminary plat appears to comply with the dimensional standards of the district. Access is proposed to be provided from the northern boundary of the site from the extension of Vanguard Way to Black Cat Road to the west. Vanguard Way is designed as a collector street in accordance with the master street map and the transportation system map in the 10-mile area plan. A driveway is proposed to the adjacent property to the east for future extension. Vanguard Way should be constructed in accordance with Street Section C in the 10-mile area plan, which requires 2 11 travel foot lanes, 6 bike lanes, 6-foot bike lanes, 8-foot parkways with streetlights at a pedestrian scale, at a minimum 6-foot wide detached sidewalks. The applicant proposes a modification of the street section to include 10-foot wide detached sidewalks and pathways in lieu of on-street bike lanes, which is required by ACHD and is set forth in the Meridian Master Pathways Plan. Prior to submitting the final plat, the applicant shall coordinate with the property owner to the north and east to construct Vanguard Way and deed the right-of-way to ACHD. The applicant should ensure that the intersection of Vanguard Way and South Black Cat Road aligns with the entrance of Black Cat Industrial Projects on the west side of South Black Cat Road. The applicant is proposing two curb cuts off of Vanguard Way, a planned collector street in the 10-mile area plan. And in accordance with the UDC, multiple accesses off of an interior and collector roadway shall be restricted. The applicant has chosen to eliminate the curb cut aligned with the proposed subdivision to the north and has instead opted for the one closest to the intersection of Black Cat Road. Typically, staff recommends that curb cuts align directly across roadways. However, staff supports the offset change, given that the entrance effectively highlights the features of the proposed plaza, provided it adheres to ACHD's requirements. Additionally, the applicant has proposed establishing a shared access on the east of the site in collaboration with the property owner to the east intended for future shared access. 10-foot wide multi-pathways are proposed on the site in accordance with the Pathways Master Plan. One segment follows Vanguard Way across the northern portion of the site, and one segment runs along the southern boundary within the street buffer along I-84. Another segment runs along the west side of the site adjacent to South Black Cat Road to the plaza on the north. The proposed pathway is intended to cross the drive aisle between buildings 1 and 2, where my cursor is. Staff recommends removing the loading docks from the rear of the buildings 1 and 2 to mitigate potential conflicts between pedestrians using the pathway and delivery trucks accessing that area. All proposed sidewalks and pedestrian walkways look to meet the UDC code requirements. A minimum of a 25-foot wide street buffer is required along all arterial streets. In commercial districts, a 20-foot wide street buffer is required along all collector streets. The buffer may be placed in an easement rather than in a common lot in accordance with the UDC. A minimum of a 50-foot wide street buffer is required along I-84. The proposed buffer dimensions appear to meet the requirements of the UDC. However, there is a lack of a combination of planters within the buffer along Vanguard Way. The applicant has provided 52 trees and only 34 are required along Vanguard Way. Staff recommends that the applicant enhance the street buffer by reducing the number of trees and incorporating additional planters. The landscape buffer along South Black Cat Road adjacent to the open drainage swale lacks vegetation in front of the 10-foot pathway, not meeting the requirements of the UDC. The applicant proposes a plaza area between buildings 1 and 2 featuring benches, a pergola, landscaping, and a potential historical monument of the existing silo on the site. The applicant should revise the landscape plan to reflect landscaping within the required buffers along Vanguard Way and Black Cat Road adjacent to the drainage swale in front of the 10-foot pathway in accordance with the UDC. To improve the integration of the property with the neighboring ME zoned property to the east, staff encourages the applicant to consider removing the entire landscape buffer along the eastern side and coordinate with the alignment of the parking with the adjacent property owner. This would facilitate shared access to the east, improve integration with the property to the east. The proposed fencing complies with the UDC code. There is off-street vehicle parking is required for the proposed commercial subdivision as set forth in the UDC. Based on the approximate 378,360 square feet of proposed floor space, a minimum of 757 off-street spaces are required. A total of 764 off-street parking spaces are proposed. Based on the 764 parking spaces proposed, a minimum of 31 bicycle spaces are required to be provided. None were proposed with this application. Bicycle parking facilities should comply with the standards in the UDC. Bike racks should be provided as close as possible to each building entrance, totaling the 31 spaces or designated area within the plaza. Staff is recommending the removal of the loading docks on the rear of Building 1 and 2, which will create additional parking. Staff recommends that the applicant submit revised plans incorporating the aforementioned changes with the CZC application. Conceptual building elevations were submitted for the proposed flex buildings and light industrial. Building materials consist of horizontal metal, hardy plank siding in white wood colors, stucco in dark and light grays, metal awning, and gray wrapped cornice molding. The proposed conceptual elevations are not approved. Final design must comply with the design standards in the architectural manual and the design standards in the 10-mile area for the commercial designation. A certificate of zoning compliance and design review application is required to be submitted for approval of the site and building design prior to submittal of a building permit application. Commission recommended approval. A summary of commission public hearing. In favor is David Bailey. In opposition was none. Commenting was David Bailey and Blaine Johnston, president of the Meridian Historic Preservation Commission. Written testimony is none. Key issues, the applicant's consideration and proposal for the monument sign is appreciated. However, it would be nice to see the historic silos preserved somehow. Key issues of discussion by commission. Retaining the historic silos on another property. Ideas given were northeast corner of 10 Mile and Franklin or in the middle of a roundabout. Questions to the Historic Preservation Commission regarding funding to move the silos on another suitable location owned by the city. The proposed timing for the extension of Vanguard Way and the disassembly of the dual silos to relocate them out of the right-of-way. Concerns with the silo being placed somewhere else in the Treasure Valley and losing its distinguished heritage as being part of Meridian. Commission changes to staff's recommendation is none. And outstanding issues for City Council is commission would like to recommend to City Council to retain the dual silos as a historical monument somewhere within our city, preventing them from being given or sold to another part of the Treasure Valley or discarded. And the developer build a monument on site to commemorate the silos. Written testimony since the commission hearing is none. And that concludes staff's presentation, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff? Would the applicant like to come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. David Bailey, Bailey Engineering, representing Trilogy Development. My office address is 1119 East State Street in Eagle. Thanks to Stacy for the great presentation you had there, and start a presentation here. How do I maximize that? There we go. Okay, great. So we're here for the Farmstone Crossing subdivision, and again, appreciate Stacy's presentation of that. I think covered it pretty well. As she stated, we've been a fairly long path on this and gone through several revisions and worked back and forth with quite a few of the items. So I'll go through the project first, and then I'll ask for any questions you might have about how we got where we are. I'm not sure how to get that to advance, I'm sorry. There we go. Okay, so she stated the properties at I-84 and Black Cat Road, the northeast corner of that. Vanguard Street is to be constructed to the north of us, and that'll connect from the existing Vanguard project, and actually include the major mega project that's been recently proposed to the east and northeast of Vanguard and in the 10-mile area to the east of us. To the north of us is the Avani subdivision, which I understand was before the council here recently, and went back for some changes with an approval for that. So I think we're in line of what we're going to do with the Avani subdivision as well. How am I doing this wrong? All right, thank you. As Stacy stated, the future land use map designates this as ME, ME to the east, ME to the west, and medium-high residential to the north of the project. We're proposing an ME zone consistent with a comprehensive plan, and uses consistent with the ME district, which is flex space, office space, and light industrial and uses in that light manufacturing. I'll jump right into the silo. So this has been kind of a central piece of what we're doing through the project. And we initially, investigated the project. We came to a pre-app meeting with the city, and we're informed, right away, that this is something that we want to look hard at, and we have, since that point. So this is a double silo, and I won't say that I know all the details on the historic details of the project, but we understand it's important. It was built in the early 1900s, and it was representative of some granaries that were built with this double silo look on the project. I assume for feed of animals, so you could store the grain in the side and provide this as a feeder place. There's another large silo on the site, which is quite a bit taller than this, which is a single silo by itself, and there's another barn in between. As I understand, this was documented by the State Historical Preservation Commission at some point in the past and was listed there, but it's not listed on any registry nor with the National Registry, although I understand it's eligible for listing there. So in doing some investigation, we've taken pictures of it, looked at the thing, measured it, and set it all on the site. I've had a structural engineer evaluate the thing as it is and how it was built. And it turns that the blocks that are used in this are actually still commercially available to build from, but it was an interesting structure as they could build it quickly, and it has the hoops around the outside, but it was meant to be held in place structurally by the grain filling it out and holding the blocks in place, because they're not mortared or held together in any way except for the hoops on the outside of it. And this will come up a little bit longer. So we've had that structural evaluation done, and we said, we think we could brace this thing and maintain it on site if we did that, if we were able to keep it on site. So we look for options to do that. We look for options for moving the road and for where we could do that, where we could do our alignment. We had site distance problems. And then the project to the west was approved, and the road alignment was designed and approved by ACHD in a way that this is right in the middle of Vanguard. There's just no way this is going to move. We did reach out to ACHD and ask them if that alignment was possible to be moved, and they indicated that it was not. So the bottom line conclusion is this has to come down in some way for anybody to move forward. There's quite a bit of interest with the property owners to the east and to the west, and with your fire department, and with this project too, is to get Vanguard built going through there. And so now all of the properties around there are interested in doing that. So that's going to happen at some point here coming forward. We'd like to make sure there's a resolution for what's going to happen with the silo, before that road gets constructed. In all likelihood, this development will not be building Vanguard Street. So this provides a good opportunity to have the condition in place of what we're going to do so that we can get, move forward with the rest of that project and have at least a disposition in place on this. We have worked and met with Blaine several times on this, and as Stacy said, we met with the Historic Preservation Commission, and Ken Freeze on the commission has suggested that we look into another company to provide an estimate as to whether we could pick this up and move it. And I've had it evaluated by my structural engineer, and they looked at it and hemmed and hawed and came back with a number that was frankly really not usable. And I'm concerned that this thing cannot be moved based on the structural engineer. It's more practical and cheaper to take this down and rebuild it somewhere. It's definitely capable of being done in that way. So we have said that we would participate in getting this thing disassembled and stored and save the additional materials from it if somewhere could be with it. The developer of this project does not feel that this site is the appropriate place to have it for the industrial site, the size of the plaza we have, and the pieces that we're going to have on this thing. And moving it 50 feet or moving it a mile or taking it apart and putting it back to somewhere else, together somewhere else is probably not a significant factor in what we do. We don't have the size in the plaza, and then we don't want an enclosed structure on the site that could be a hazard. And I'm not sure that we could get a permit from the city to make that a structurally sound piece after putting it back together. We built it from scratch, reinforced it with concrete on the inside, or put it in a different location. There are ways to do that, but we didn't think it was practical for this site. So we would like to move it there. So going in through that piece of it, the Collector Street location on the west-hand side, and you can see on the thing on the right-hand side here, that's the location of the silo compared to the road alignment that's required. And that's the Vanguard project, which is designed on the west side. On the east side of this project, we have been working with the developer's engineer, John Carpenter, with Ardura, on the connection to the road there and on our shared access there. And we've provided them plans as we've gone along, so they're on this. It's my understanding that they're actually in progress in designing Vanguard at this point, but I don't know that for sure. So our plan would be to disassemble that if we can identify an agency in advance of that road construction. And then we'll construct a monument on the plaza. And we've gone through several iterations, and we probably have a few more, but we've had a rendering done here that shows that we would do a plaza. The scale on this thing is that plaque in the middle. Actually, we worked a couple times with Fred Kirchfield and Barbara Bauer, and they're with a private, historic preservation firm. And so we did have them provide us a mock-up and some ideas of our monument. This would be a 4x8 monument, or a 4x8 plaque in the center that was laminated and has pictures of the existing silo and the write-up professionally done by a historian to document what we would do there. And then the outside of this would be made with some of the materials of the building, and scale-wise, we're talking that those towers on each side are about 4 to 6 feet in diameter, and they would be built on and stuccoed so that they would look like the tile that's on there now with the bars. And I think that we probably, if we can use some of the materials from that, we would probably include that in the base of this, or have those as a partial wall that would be adjacent to this to show the actual materials from it included in this. We would have the final design at CDC, and we would run it by the Historic Preservation Commission and the city at that point. Again, on the preliminary plat, 6 buildings here, Central Plaza. And there's a discussion of the loading docks on this, and I guess there's not, on the buildings 1 through 5, there are not loading docks. There are roll-up garage doors. So these are intended to be flex space buildings. So at least the front half of the front half of the building is tended to be office space. And then it could be built out in the rear, and then there could be a space in the back. Contractors like these buildings, there's a pretty good demand for this stuff. And the buildings are set up to be specifically that way. So they can have a high bay in the back. They can have multiple stores of office. My office in Eagle was in a building like this some time back, and I had all my storage and my extra plans in the bottom floor, and then I had offices on the ground in the upper floor. They really make great spaces, and they make spaces for smaller contractors and smaller businesses to work out, as well as plumbing supply companies can fit in this kind of building. So it's a great employment use, although it's not, office space specifically, pure office space. It's a mixed use in that. And we think there's a good demand for those. So shown on the plan, those are roll-up doors on the backs of those buildings. 1 per unit is the way it's shown on there. They're garage size door that's on that. And the green part that sticks out there is extra. We put some pieces out there to provide some extra parking in the rear of those buildings so that we don't have people just parking out there. We just want to designate that's some parking in that area. We do in fact have raised loading docks in building 6 that is shown for that. We intend that to be some kind of light manufacturing, and we definitely need the delivery associated with that type of use. So it's our desire to have the pathway that goes along the west side of this project between building 1 and 2. We think we have great visibility on that. We'll mark that specifically across there with blocks or whatever, but we don't think that there's a significant conflict between pedestrians and the vehicle traffic that would be behind that building. That would be a major problem for us in that area. And the buildings, as they're designed to convert that to a complete office building, we don't have any inside access to that. So we would have these big, long, deep offices that would be with that. And it's just be hard to convert this building to that use. So we would like to keep those garage doors on the back of those and have all of these be of a similar design project. So we're asking for that consideration. The plaza on that we have on this is in accordance with the UDC, has great access, great visibility from our entrance. And Stacy had mentioned that we kept the entrance on the west hand end of this instead of lining it up. Well, partway along the way, Giovanni moved their entrance to the west on us. So we had to pick, between them from the layout here. And then the other thing is that we will have truck traffic that goes through here to the back. And so we need a complete loop going through this project. We will share that access with the property to the east. We don't have that complete design yet as far as how we're going to lay that out or what that plaza is going to look like, or excuse me, that landscape strip on the east side. But as I said, we're working with the engineer to the east to make sure that provides the best access to both sites. Question as to how that access lines up on the site as well. So we'll work that out and have that final design in for the construction drawings on the site. Pathways through the site. This site has great pathways through it. Along I-84, along the west boundary. The out parcel there is a storm drainage pond for Idaho Transportation Department, so that won't be developed, and we won't move that road, move the pathway over there and need to. And then we do provide the required improvements on Black Cat there, and then the 10-foot detached sidewalks. The road sections that we show on here, the access locations, all been approved by Ada County Highway District for what we're showing here. Comp plan alignment, I think we talked about that. Elevations of the building, and as Stacy mentioned, these are conceptual, and maybe go through the design review process, and we understand that. That's the condition change there, and we agreed to all the conditions of approval. I will note that we did submit an updated plan on the landscape plan that addressed some of the issues she had, and we're glad to meet all those conditions at the CDC in any case. So we're in agreement with all of that. Over a little bit, I'd be glad to stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
David, would you mind going back maybe 5 or 6 slides to your last image, it kind of showed the site layout, particularly with Black Cat. That'll work right there. So, Mr. Mayor, or David, my first question is that strip of land that runs along Black Cat to I-84 that isn't included in your project, who owns that piece of dirt and what's contemplated? It seems out of alignment with the totality of your project.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Cavanagh, that is actually Idaho Transportation Department owned property, the block out on the along Black Cat. And it is currently a storm drainage pond for I-84, so it's not going anywhere.
Thank you. I thought you admitted it was the part, kind of that shaded area near Building 6. So that gives me good clarification on that. Mr. Mayor, follow up, if I may.
Councilman Cavanagh.
So, David, the subject of the silo, I think, is going to be a big conversation tonight. At least it's going to be for me. And certainly it came up in planning and zoning. It should not be a surprise. Can you walk me through kind of what actions you have taken since Planning and Zoning Commission around the silo?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, so we haven't done anything specifically new since the Planning and Zoning Commission. Okay, so the recommendation that we received from the Planning and Zoning Commission was support for our plan to remove this, to disassemble the silo if we could find a place to put that. There, and that we would be building this monument in the plaza in any case. And we would, if we couldn't find a place for the monument or for the existing silo, we will be anyways, using some of the materials in there in order to document this, and we'd be building a monument on the site similar to that. So that's our intent, and it still is our intent to do that.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks. So I guess then that's the question. Who have you reached out to take ownership of the silo? Should it be disassembled? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to see is, where does it go?
Well, we don't know that either. And, you know, it's, the question is that the Historic Commission wants it moved, the city may want it moved or want to maintain it somewhere, right? And that we are not interested in maintaining that silo on our site. So, you know, the question is are you going to make that our responsibility to find a place to put that? And as of right now, that's not something that we have contemplated, that we are going to find a place for it or negotiate with someone to find a place for it. Don't feel it's our role.
Then, David, you indicated you had a structural engineer that said that it couldn't be moved, or it was on the verge of falling apart. Was that letter included in your application? Has that been provided to the city? Anything that comments on that? I couldn't find it in our packet, and I'm really curious to read what those findings were.
It was, Councilman Cavanagh. So the documents from them, the first one was the structural engineer that said that the silo could be, and the engineer was Brian Smith with Sage Engineering, provided the engineering work on that, did the work, and went out and visited the building. So the first one was said that we could shore up the building to maintain it in place if it were going to be there. And he talked about putting bracing inside that would hold the things out, and then probably adding at least a portion of a retaining wall inside. And then we could probably, you know, probably get the building certified to be, you know, okay to stay in place. The codes change significantly when you go to move the building, right, as far as recertifying it. And it was his impression that it would not be possible to jack up the individual silo pieces and put them on a trailer and move them somewhere. And that it would not be possible to jack up the whole foundation because it's not practical to do that. You might be able to do that. And in fact, the moving company suggested that they would do that. And then they said, we'll move it over to the site and we'll set it there and you guys got to figure out how to put it back down. Well, you can't. When you move a house, you jack up the house, you put it over the hole, you pour the foundation, and then you set the house down on the foundation. We have no way of separating the two. So it's just not practical to move it. That said, they're fairly easy assembly and disassembly as well. And so to take it apart, rebuild the whole wooden structure from scratch, or rebuild the whole thing from scratch using the blocks that you can obtain commercially, right, is a better option than moving it in any case.
Thank you.
David, can you tell me how big's what's this? Is it 30 by 70? How big is the footprint? Just out of curiosity, do we know?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think the silos themselves are about 16 or 17 feet in diameter for each silo. And so the whole thing across is like 60 feet long and probably 25 or 30 feet in the other dimension with the building that's on top of it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I have some questions along these lines. Is it practical to disassemble it? Like, once we disassemble it, can it be reassembled? My son is an avid Lego person. I've had a lot of experience with the idea that we're going to reassemble things that cannot actually be reassembled. So are you going to have to label each block? Like, how would that even work? I just want to understand what disassembly entails. Is it labeling each piece? Or do you think these can be disassembled in chunks? Like, help me understand that, please.
Well, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Schrader, I'm a big Lego fan myself, right? And I'm an engineer, and I've been an engineer since I was about yay high. And so I take apart things and put them together. And one of the things I did is I ran a look at this thing. I said, okay, I'm going to get this crew of this size and get this many people, because you get the lifts that go on that, and you could have an operator go up there in a lift, pull a brick, put it down, take off the top course until you get to that first band, remove that band, and then move your way down. And actually the disassembly of this is actually very simple. They build back up the same way. You put the blocks in, you put the band around the outside, and then I don't know if they filled them with something, as they built them. I suppose you could fill it with dirt or something, but as far as the practicality of disassembly and reassembly, this thing is actually pretty good.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
So you're volunteering to disassemble it and store it. I'm a little concerned that whoever disassembles it should reassemble it. If that's the direction that we go, just because I'm not an engineer. I'm a little skeptical about how it's going to come together. But that wasn't really a question. So in fairness to you, I guess just a question. I don't want to totally just direct it at you, but Mr. Mayor, if you'll permit me, even with staff or with anyone, do we have leads on? Oh,
I didn't know when to interject with a recommendation.
Mr. Mayor.
But I got a preview last week, and I've been trying to think about this in terms of, I think Hillsdale Park is a suitable location. I even think there might be some new ground in Hillsdale that maybe it would go well into. But I think the second question for council is, to what purpose is this being preserved? Are you wanting the community to be able to enter it? Are you wanting the community just to be able to physically see it? And that's, I had the pleasure of serving on the advisory council on historic preservation for several years under presidential appointment and having these conversations. And I appreciate historic preservation as much as anybody, but for what purpose? I think that that's an important part of who are we asking to do what, at what cost, for what purpose? And I think that's an important thing for council to consider, because short answer is we got someone willing to disassemble it, drive it over to Hillsdale Park, drop it off, give it to us, and we can invest our dollars in reassembling it for the community's value and benefit. What do you want the community to be able to do with that? Where do you want to put it? Well, the neighbor's mind. That's why I was kind of trying to see how big it is. It looks like it's maybe about 20 feet tall, 30, 25.
I think probably less than 20.
Yeah, so
Fairly short on that.
So not going to overtake in size or structure. in that context. But I think that it's at least for me, as you walk through this conversation, is what do you want to do with it? Because we could take it on and do that if it's as important to the Historic Preservation Commission and we want to be partners with them in that. Otherwise, I think that the things that they have offered to do fall well within the realm of acceptable historic preservation practices. And if it was my magic wand, I wouldn't actually have them do anything on the property at all. If they were, if they're willing to offer to decommission, relocate it to another, pick it up and take it to somebody else, place else, and we put it up, and they just want to do a simple plaque on their plaza. Because I look at like, who's going to come into this property to come and see this monument that's been erected for this? I don't know, especially if you're going to go move it someplace else. So it's kind of like, are we going to move it and put up a monument? Is that the right direction? These are all great questions about what makes sense for the community. Obviously we have a development application here where they have I hate the concept personally of this is the last one of these here, so we have to put this all on this developer to figure out a way to preserve our history. I don't know if I've ever seen one of these before in my life. So was it the only and the last? I got no clue in that context. So where is that? I think we have another, how do I put this politically correct? The leaning silo of South Meridian. When that property comes in, are we going to try to preserve that? Because it's been there for a long time. It's the last silo standing in Meridian. I mean, it's not safe. They're a little different, but the concept. Correct. But the concept is the last stand is the one we're going to preserve. And we're going to put that on the developer to find out where to put it and those things. I think the developer's gone, personally, has given us the option, but it's how much does the city want to invest and for what purpose is where I would leave it, hopefully for you all to consider. I've not talked to the Parks Director, not talked to any of the other people, but you have Century Hill Farm. You got a farm-based theme in that area. To me, it makes sense. We've got some property that's not going to interfere with other park activities in that element. So food for thought.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Excuse me. You'll remember this, the comprehensive plan, when we were reviewing and discussing the future Meridian, and I was on the steering committee for that. We talked a little bit about how do we integrate ways in which we can preserve sort of the unique identity of Meridian into the future development of Meridian. And that always stuck with me a little bit because we don't want to just erase what made this area kind of unique in Idaho's history, but how do you preserve that in a way where you're not inhibiting growth and the things that a modern society and community wants? I really like the idea of trying to some level, preserve that as a good reminder. There's some larger cities I've been to where they've got small areas where they've tried to build around it, or they've tried to set aside some of the aspects to remind them of the history. So I'm in support of that idea. Initially, I thought in a place like this, it was a strange place to put a monument for the agricultural history. And so clearly it's not the place where we would want to reconstruct this if we did. I'm very open and supportive of the idea though of taking it apart. And I do know you can take it apart and put it back up pretty easily. And actually it's going to be more structurally sound and look better and all that. And maybe relocating it. I think we need to figure out, what does it cost the city if we're going to do that and where we're going to put it. I don't think we want people going into it, but I'm totally open to the idea of keeping it as some kind of an entity that speaks to our heritage. But I guess a question maybe, and I'm not sure who this goes to, we mentioned before we did that, we would want to know which agency or entity would take possession of it. Are we talking about the city or some other historical preservation entity? If we were to disassemble, and I think that's the right thing to do in my opinion. I'm not going to keep it here can be persuaded one way or the other as to whether or not we actually even have a monument in this park or not. But who actually has possession of it? Is it become the city's possession, or do we need to figure that out first?
Unless David has an answer, or Blaine can speak to it. I'm not aware of any historical organization that would want to take this on in the state of Idaho and pay the costs, any of these costs that could be somewhat significant. I don't want to say what, I couldn't even pretend to guess how much this would cost. They maybe have an idea how much the decommissioning, tear down, and relocate, moving costs would be. You could probably extrapolate putting it back up might be similar if they can even use the same stuff, plus the foundation, plus the site work, plus whatever you want it to look like. Do you want to repaint it? Do you want it to make it look nice? Is the wood still good? Does it need to be repaired? So there's a lot of, I think, ancillary questions that we just don't have the answer to. And I think it is to a certain extent, I hate to say it's a blank check, but you're taking on that obligation for a blank check, but doesn't mean you have to do it if you don't like the numbers in the future. 'Cause I don't think it's going to anybody else. I've not heard that proposal that we're have another entity that's willing to take this. But Blaine can correct me if I'm wrong. It says I'm not. So it's really city, in my opinion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
how much do you think it will cost to do the monument component in your plaza?
The construction of the monument
Mhm.
itself. I'm thinking, and we don't have a full design on it yet, so we just have an artist rendering on that. So that was a hard one to do, but I'm gonna get in trouble for this. Probably almost $50,000.
Wow.
To build that. To go a little further, I've done some estimates, and I think it's close to that to get it disassembled and stored on trailers on the site, okay? And it may be less, most of that's labor, right? But we do have additional materials from the other silo too, right? So if some fell apart or whatever, we could have enough of the silo piece itself disassembled and on site to make sure it's available from that end. But reconstruction would probably be twice that. I'm guessing that reconstruction and the foundation and stuff would be over $100,000.
And that was going to be where I was eventually going to go, was suggest we get as much help from them in putting it back up as compared to rebuilding a replica monument on site. I still think you can recognize it like we've done here in City Hall. You can do a simple, here's where a style, one of the ceramics that we've done. I think if it's good enough for City Hall to remember some space, it could be good enough there. I think the same type of people would see it, but much less cost if you want to, if there's a need to identify it. And it's not that dissimilar to what happened out of Owyhee High School. Again, it's about a marker recognizing issues in the area that existed, not necessarily rebuilding or maintaining a replica of it.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
I'm not sure this is a question for you either. Maybe this is for discussion, but is it something where you could disassemble it and hold on to it and then decide later? Because my concern is that our decision about what we do with this interferes with what we do with the application. And I'm not sure if that's a reasonable thing to do, because I know that we would be asking the applicant to disassemble it for a cost, obviously. So I don't know if that is it reasonable to separate these two issues tonight in a way that makes sense.
Maybe ask a question. What is the timing for this project to move forward where you would get to the point where you disassemble this silo?
Mr. Mayor, the timing for this project is probably a couple of years out demand-wise, right? As far as when we would want to be building buildings on the site. That said, the demand for Vanguard, as I've said, is that there are other developers besides this who are already designing that road with the intention to get it through and because they need access to Black Cat, they need access to the fire station access that, you know, that's going to provide fire access through there and to large projects going around there that are going to push the construction of that. I'm not privy to it, but I'm guessing there is already some kind of letter of intent between 4 different developers on getting Vanguard built.
Let me ask this a different question to staff. If this was approved tonight, what's the quickest that they could actually start any of the processes out there? By the time it finishes this, gets entitlements, I understand you can take things down, just kind of start work without being annexed, but what's the realistic time before a road could be built on this property?
Mayor, members of the council, it's certainly a tough question because in all the meetings that I've been part of, that road is going to happen before any development occurs on this site. And our DA provision that we have in front of you tonight also says don't do anything on this site until that road is built. So that road happens, the silo needs to come down probably 6 months or faster. It's going to happen very quickly. And that's why in the development agreement, staff had structured the silo in such a way that they could disassemble it and store it at some point, or for the purposes of selling it, or maybe even a donation, to your point, Mr. Mayor, that's always an option as well, or build the plaque. So we've built some flexibility in there for the applicant because we're in the same dilemma you guys are. We're not usually faced with these types of dilemmas. We don't really have anything in the UDC that says, save this building. It's really at the time of annexation where these come up, and the DA is the tool we have to come up with a way to try to preserve or protect these types of structures. I know I was part of a barn in South Meridian, and they essentially took photos of the structures. It had historical documentation. They put a little plaque on the site that others could look at, and certainly that's something within your purview tonight as well, if that's the way you want to proceed with this. But certainly, if it is the desire of the council to do something or preserve that, then we should probably work with the applicant and come up with some language and figure out how long we intend them to store it, and whether or not the city is willing to accept that donation and find that appropriate location. Quicker, the sooner the better is my recommendation.
My translation is that I think we've got a couple months before we would have to make a determination if we were to put on city property and where. But I don't know, it would slow things down unless it is in that context. Any additional questions for the applicant or comments, or should we see what Blaine or a few others have to say? Okay, thank you. Was Blaine signed up?
Mr. Mayor, yes. Mr. Johnston.
And say your
Mr.
name
Mayor,
and
members of the City Council, thanks again for having me tonight. A little background on.
Blaine, if you can state your name and
Oh,
address. for the
sorry,
record.
Blaine Johnston. I live at 6138 North DeMille in Meridian, and I am president of the Meridian Historic Preservation Commission. I'll start with a little background, I guess, first. If I can find my notes. The history of Meridian and Eggers Farm dates back to early 1900s, when the Eggers purchased a dairy farm on 10 Mile and Overland Roads. In 1921, they started a farming operation called Black Cat Farms and what used to be called Post Roads. Years later, Ada County renamed the road Black Cat in honor of the Black Cat sign they installed there. That sign is still there. Ada County Historic Sites Inventory lists the Eggers Farmstead as historical significance to Meridian and Ada County, and it is the only remaining double silo granary in Ada County. So that kind of answers your question, Mayor. There were some before that, but this is the only one left in existence. Dairy and farming has been a big part of agriculture of our history. With the growth at Meridian in the last couple of years, it's gotten busy for everybody. And I'm part of that growth. I moved from Boise to Meridian 15 years ago. So I'm part of that growth. So I'm contributing to this also. With that said, HPC has been tasked with preserving the history and legacy of the city. Our wish would be that silos remain on site. That's where the history belongs. That's where we feel the best intent is. we're not against development, we're not against growth. We're just trying to do what's best for the city, its people, and everybody that visits here. We feel that the center of this is a good spot for the silos. We feel it can be rebuilt. But we're not all experts. I'm an architect. I've looked at it. I've said, I think it can be rebuilt. It's going to take a little bit of work, but I think it's doable. So whether it's on this site or if city council says not, that's your guys' decision, not up to us. But like I said, our belief is historically, it'd be best on site, but that's how we feel. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Blaine, it was shared earlier from David that this structure is eligible, but not on the National Historic, I guess, Registry.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, that's correct. It's listed on Ada County's Historic Registry site. If it remains, let me rephrase that. The way the development is with the farms going away, the barn going away, this silo would not be eligible for listing. It loses all of its historical integrity as far as the National Park Service is concerned. That doesn't mean it doesn't lose its integrity to the city.
Sure.
That answers your question.
Yeah, and that, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
that was my question, was if it was on the Historic Registry, what could be done with it, or what would it have to remain? Help me understand what that designation means for the use or placement of that asset.
We got a letter back from State Historic Preservation Office, and because everything else is going to go away, and if the silos, the only thing that remains, it would not be eligible for listing. So it can never be listed on the National Registry. Does that answer your question? Yes and no?
Anything listed doesn't mean it can't be torn down.
Right.
So being on the registry doesn't give it any terms of preservation protection per se.
It's not.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks, President Johnston. So it sounds like in order of preference, the Historic Preservation Commission's number one preference is keeping it on the site. Then we have this concept of potentially it could be moved to a city park that does have a farming theme, like an agricultural theme. There right now is a proposal here at the plaza for sort of a small, like, replica of it. Does the commission have a strong preference of wanting that kind of a big replica as opposed to like a plaque? And kind of where I was going with it, I was looking for a little bit of a shortcut, but you might tell me, no, we don't want to do that. But I was thinking, well, why don't we put a plaque? And maybe somehow the funds that would have been used for this elaborate plaza could be directed toward helping to, reconstruct this thing at Hillsdale Park. It's kind of where I was going with it. But if you, I want to hear feedback from you. If you're like, that's a huge mistake, we love the replica. I just want to hear kind of what your thoughts are about that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Schrader, again, our first preference for it to remain on site, that would be most preferable to have it in the historical context. Second choice would be to have a monument, a replica of it built, of scale to represent the history of that agriculture and farming has in Meridian. So that would be our first two choices. I may be speaking out of turn, David, but my discussions with David Bailey is that developers willing to just give it away. There's a barn there, he's willing to give it away. So to get is not going to cost anybody anything. The assembly is going to be some costs for whoever gets it, whether it's a city or a private entity or whomever. We would not have that silo taken out of Meridian, if at all possible. Its best historical content would be within the city. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
But just to tease it out a little further, like you would rather have the monument, even in order of preference, you'd rather have the monument. It's more important to have the monument even than to have the structure itself in a different location. Or am I like sort of posing an unfair choice?
Mr. Mayor.
It's
Council-
probably unfair.
I don't think it's an unfair question, but I've never thought of it of having both options.
Right.
So for us, it was always, can we get a monument? Can we retain the silos on site? That was our first preference. We've never thought of it as having both options available to us.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I mean, I'm sort of where I'm going with it is the developers agreed to build this monument. It's kind of to scale. There's a scale to it. It does represent this structure in the place, around the place that it was. Then it seems like the city is getting somewhat of a free option for now of a donation of the structure and disassembly of the structure. And we will have maybe a couple of months to decide, you know, do we want to take on the structure? Do we want to move it to Hillsdale Park? I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's realistic that another entity is going to swoop in here. But it sounds like we could, in theory, we could move forward tonight on the application with the monument and agreeing that the city will have a certain amount of time. The developer will agree if we want to agree to disassemble it, and then we'll, you know, we'd have some time to figure out what to do. It'd be great if we could get it buttoned up tonight. I don't think we're gonna get a cost associated with what we need to do with the structure. So I'm kind of thinking we maybe we do the monument and then we could kind of punt on that piece, but I'd like to hear other people's thoughts.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Blaine, thank you. It seems like a lot of this conversation is being driven by where Vanguard has to go. And so that consideration of the roadways brings into other entities, sister agencies, et cetera, in planning our community. So I understand the first preference would be to leave it where it is, considering that the infrastructure kind of is dictating to some degree maybe what we need to do. I just want to make sure if I'm understanding correctly, your second preference is for the monument and not even to keep the buildings, or am I misunderstanding?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, we realize that Vanguard is going to go right through where the silos are. We know they're going to have to come down. We're asking, can we, at least for now, disassemble, save the structure disassembled for future consideration? If it means rebuilding it on site in their central plaza, fantastic for us. I think that would be our best solution. If that's not an option, yeah, we want to have a monument on site showing Eggers Farm, the silos that used to be there, as a historical reference for that. If the city decides in the future, with the next couple of months before the roads start getting built, that yeah, they would like to maybe take this on, great. I've talked to another couple of developers, can't say who, that are interested in possibly doing it and have it stay Meridian. Those discussions are preliminary. I don't know where that may go yet. So I'm still working on saving the structure itself.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
I think I would agree with the idea of preserving the physical structure. Obviously, you know, decommissioned, taken down and stored somehow. I think it needs to be in the possession of the city for now initially, but I like the idea of preserving the options. When considering a monument, I'm thinking if I were to go visit a monument in the midst of the development we have, I'd almost think it's kind of sad because it's, you know, flex space buildings and, you know, loading docks. And then here's this scale monument to our history. It seems a bit odd. I'm not totally opposed to it, but I think I'd be a little sad. I would say, we just screwed this up, you know? So I'm very supportive, I think, initially of the idea of preserving the buildings to some degree with a future determination of like maybe how we actually, you know, give your body some time to maybe work with other parties. I think the city needs to take possession of the materials until we decide maybe how we want to do that. Seems like there's a lot of options for what we do with the silos.
you know, some of the short answers is if you just continue the public hearing or don't approve it, the road will never get built, and therefore this issue doesn't have to happen, and you can have the road that leads to the silo and goes around it and be done. But it might be something that would be worth continuing to hear from the Parks Department before, again, I didn't even get an opportunity to talk to the director about this, so maybe there's other ideas to at least gather the likelihood. If Blaine wants to further explore his two private entities, that we could have some of that conversation. I just don't know if you know, the nice thing is that if we don't move forward with the application right away, we're not losing any time on the decision. And you guys could think about it in terms of that, and maybe we can get a rough cost about up to. I know historic preservation is not cheap. There's no other way to put it.
It's not, no.
And so it's, if we're thinking we're gonna relocate this for $50,000 and have what we want, I think we're sorely mistaken. So,
Thank you.
thanks. It's quick. Anyone else sign up on this item?
Mayor, no one else indicated they wish to speak.
Is there anybody else who'd like to come up and provide testimony on this item this evening? Got such a great group of people here. I thought someone would want to come up and talk about this item. Would the applicant like to come forward for any additional final comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some final comments on the silo, but I first want to reiterate that I did have another request in there earlier that we allow buildings 1 and 2 to stay as, if we get to this point, that we allow those, I don't want this overshadowed, allow those to stay as flex space buildings as proposed in the application. So that we request that as within the conditions of approval that we allowed that. On the silos, you know, I appreciate all the comments on this stuff, and, you know, we've worked with Blaine several times on this thing and talked to him, you know, about what's going on, and you know, I certainly appreciate the mayor's comments on this earlier and all of your input into this, and I think it's probably worth going forward with what we're talking about. So from our perspective, what we are proposing is fully consistent with what the discussions have been, which is that we're willing to disassemble, and, you know, my intent with that was to disassemble and put on trailers and store on site, right, in a safe place on site until such time as we have a place to put that. The caveat is that prior to doing that disassembly, we don't want to know, as the mayor said, for what purpose. We want to know that there is a purpose for doing that, because it's going to be an expensive operation just to take it down. And the developer has already committed and is willing to do that, but not to just to throw the money away. My take on that, and I'll be a little bold to say this, is I think you should direct your Historic Preservation Committee to find a place to put that thing and put some budgets together to do that. And should be a part of their job to do that. To that end, and I got to be careful because I switch on what I want to do and what I can commit the developer to do. Okay, on this thing, and I'm on the side of Blaine on this thing, and I have been, and get the developer to commit to do the right thing in association with this. I'm not a short timer in Meridian. I started my business in 1993 on South Black Cat Road and drove by this particular silo quite a bit over the years, and I was in Meridian up through 1999 before I moved on to another company there. So been doing stuff here a long time. I get it. But I have gotten the developer to commit to pay for taking that down as long as it's not wasted money. We also have, as a requirement of the mixed employment district, and part of the project cost is to build a public art, and one of our amenities is we've committed to build some kind of public art in our plaza that we have there, and that's one of the amenities that we're committed to. So in some scale, that's going to happen. If there were some negotiations that we can use that money better somewhere else and just put a plaque there instead of doing this grand monument, that's better, we'd be glad to participate in that as well, right? To the extent that we could make a deal for that. But we're committed to build that and to paying for the silo as long as that we're not just throwing money away. So we would like to be approved with those conditions that we're proposing there. with those caveats on. So that's the end of what I've got to say on that.
Thank you. And the one other thing I thought I heard said earlier, and this is kind of plays into a little bit of this, is if you were going to do a monument, you may try to use some of the stuff from the silo if appropriate in that context. And so
And we've talked with the artists and with some designers about how we could incorporate the actual blocks from the silo in context with that, and, you know, have that reviewed by the, you know, we'd want to make it look nice and be appropriate. Again, we've already engaged a historic preservation company who would do a professional job of doing it properly, you know, in that end. I'd also like to throw in again with the piece, if I have one more stab at it. I'm limited as what I can commit for the developer on this, but like I said, I like Meridian and I like what we're doing. I like what your historic preservation committee is doing. So I, as an engineer, would personally volunteer to work with your historic preservation committee. I have estimates on things I've done. I understand how things get put together and taken apart. I understand all the land use stuff, and I volunteer anytime I need to for my company to help if you found a site for us to make sure that it got put together and done right in that end.
thank you, David. Appreciate that.
Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
maybe one question, and I just wanted to double check if you could bring up your site plan, but I did want to make sure that there's not a different place it could go on the site. I don't know, would it fit in the plaza? What about this? There's this kind of wedge-shaped green space here at the south part of the property. Just want to check, did you sort of start with, we don't want this on the site because it's a liability and you didn't check into it? Or would it, in theory, could it fit on the site somewhere? Leaving your building's footprint the way
Yeah,
they are.
So there is room within the plaza area we have shown there for the site, so silo to fit.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be kind of oversized for the space, but there's certainly room to put that there. And it would overshadow that one building a little bit. That said, the practicality, the cost and the continued maintenance and the actually just practicality of getting it done, getting it built on there and the cost with that, and the developer doesn't feel that it's the right place to have the monument in the long run. And I know that's contrary to what your historic preservation committee says, but it's not going to be seen by people. You know, this is going to be a you know, semi-industrial, light industrial site. You know, it's not a residential area or that it'll have a whole lot of traffic. We're putting a lot of trails on here, but the odds are we're not going to have a huge amount of traffic through those or down Vanguard. You know, there's going to be pedestrian traffic that would visit that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, but you know, to play devil's advocate for a second, if we kept it on site, I guess what I'm hearing from my historic preservation expert is that that's the best case scenario, keeping the historical thing where it is sited. I mean, in theory, this is an industrial area, but in theory, that's the whole idea of 10 Mile. We have this whole Avani subdivision just across the street. Maybe folks could walk down here. Maybe kids could come if they're on a historical tour of Meridian. I don't know if I want to foreclose the possibility, you know, that it could be of use. But okay, so it could technically fit on the plaza, but it would be crowded, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I don't think the issue is whether we could find some place to put it.
Got it. Okay, so there's space. Okay.
Any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
we have been so busy with the silo issue. I just wanted to make sure that we got the other concerns dealt with. I know at one point we were talking or listening about bike racks and some things that we hadn't addressed yet. And I didn't know if we needed to deal with those tonight or if we were going to continue this, what our plan is.
Mr. Mayor, I answer that and Councilman Roberts. So we had a couple issues that were brought up. One was about the garage doors in the back of building 1 and 2. I've addressed that. The other one is that there were questions about the landscape buffers along those roads. And we did address those and submitted a revised landscape plan to the staff. And of course, that'll go through the CDC and will meet all the conditions that are required by that. So we intend to fully meet all the conditions of the landscape plan approval stuff. We're in agreement with that.
Okay.
With that plan, and actually I have them shown on here, and they're probably not good enough, but that did include bicycle racks. They're on the site, and we fully intend to comply with the requirements. And again, that'll be shown to be detailed at the that end here. Integration with the project to the east, we've addressed that. We did actually move that buffer over on the latest plan we have there, and we're continuing to work with that developer to the east on how we integrate that. We will be sharing that site at the access there. So that was one that she had brought up. And then the caveat that this needs to go to the CDC and design review to do all these. So we're fully in agreement with all those conditions, and we've tried to address some of them, and we'll have them all addressed for certainly with the conditions of approval. The only thing we're asking for that's not strictly in accordance with the conditions of approval that are in the staff is that we be able to build building 1 and 2 with the same building structure as the 3, 4, and 5 that include the garage doors in the back, the flex space.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
You have used the term garage door. I thought I heard in the presentation from staff that it was a loading dock. Two very different things, but building 1 and 2 are garage doors, not loading docks?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for Councilman
Mr.
Taylor?
Mayor, just a final question. And to that point, you want to preserve the garage doors for flexibility with tenants and kind of, instead of turning it into office space, you want to be able to preserve the multiple use aspect that comes with that kind of design. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and I think that makes some sense where, you know, I see that the pathway is designed to kind of go between the two, and I think the staff makes a good point, but seems like the design of the building is such that we're not having big 18-wheelers backing up there to the loading docks there. This is more of a simpler use in terms of what you're envisioning, not a high use with large trucks that would be using those facilities probably. Okay.
Mayor.
Deputy Chief.
Hi there. David, I haven't seen the site plan. It doesn't look like the one on my report. So I just want to make sure that shared access to the east, are you going to pave your half? Because you need 2 accesses into this development. There was 3 on my plan, and now you have 1, and you have to have 2.
Have 2, and it'll be fully paved. It'll be fully constructed with the neighbor next door.
Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to make sure. Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, as of right now, we're done. The applicants gave their comments, and once the applicant does, we're done for now. So we'll see what council, if they feel like they want to hear more testimony, then we just have to give the applicant more time again. Okay, all right. Okay. Come up, speak to the mic, name and address for the record.
Hello, Mayor and council people. My name is Lori Balad, 192 West Lockhart Lane, Meridian, Idaho. One of the things that I saw when traveling through Maine, they've done a really good job in Vermont of preserving their historical monuments, but then also turning them into things for children. So one of the things that they did at Fish Park is they took a building that was historical to that area, that did have a fire, but then they had the architects go through and put swings and things. I know it's not exactly the silo, but there's things that you could do. Somebody had mentioned moving the park to a farm-themed park. So you could actually, of course, depending on budget, make it so it's a child-friendly thing. So that also on here, there were bike paths. You can see my husband, but we had just taken a bike path through and by it. So then you could stop off. There was also a skate park that you could also go to. And then in this other area, they took tires, large tires, and made dragons and so forth out of them, really to show recycling. And they did a whole recycling thing, and this was in Vermont. So just sharing an idea that having something inside the location, chances are it'll be money spent, like you had said, Mr. Mayor, money spent that will not be seen by anybody if it's a monument or a little small thing. People probably, it's going to be money that Meridian spends unneeded, or the developer. If you move it to somewhere else and turn it into something that's child-friendly that people can do in the park, that could be money that's well used, and have the plaque there with the picture of the field so the kids could actually see what was around in the area. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Okay, thank you, Lori. David, would you like to make any final comments? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
just kind of appreciate at least kept the public hearing open in case we got any questions. The applications are never easy. And I think that there are just too many details for me that still need to be answered before I would be comfortable making a decision tonight. So I likely will be supportive of continuing this out for a few weeks to give the applicant an opportunity to engage with our Historical Preservation Commission, Parks Department, maybe Mayor's Office. I think it's important that we have when anything we go into this, I want it to be eyes wide open. So I think to the applicant standpoint, we don't want to say, tear down, preserve it. And then 6 years from now, we're like, that was a terrible idea. Get rid of it, right? It's a waste of time and money. I think we've got to have a good plan, or at least an intentional plan that we want to do. Candidly, I don't like the idea of a monument. I appreciate Councilmember Taylor's comments that I have a Joni Mitchell song, like verse 2 in my head, instead of pave in paradise and put up a parking lot or tear down all the trees and put up a tree museum, we tear down the silo and put a picture about where that silo used to stand. I don't like that idea. Ideally, I like the recommendation of our Historical Preservation Commission, which would be find a way to preserve it on site. That would be my preference. That may not work, but that's at least where I'm starting at tonight. And Mary, you asked a good question, which is to what end? And so I just go back to what I see on the website about our historical preservation and what it's designed to do, which is the commission works to preserve the character and fabric of historically significant areas and structures within the city of Meridian to honor and preserve its rich heritage for future generations. That's why we have the HPC. I think in the 10 years I've been doing this, I've never had HPC come and say, do something with this. Don't let it get torn down. I'm sympathetic to that. I think many of us hear from people in our community who've lived here a long time that preserving our agricultural history is very, very important to them. So when I hear that from our neighbors, and we have our HPC this is their job, is to bring us these types of recommendations to preserve history, saying, let's tap the brakes. I think that's important. Again, it's a challenge, right? As the applicant comes in, you're like, hey, I've got this patch of dirt. You didn't know the historical significance when it was, when the developer was purchasing it, but that's what's before us. So I'd like to continue this probably for a couple of months and let these details get worked out so that we as a body, should we choose to approve the annexation and zoning, we're comfortable with about what is going to happen to the silo long-term. I don't mind. David wants to speak. Public hearing's still open.
Yeah, David, you want to come up and?
David Bailey again. Mr. Mayor and Councilman Cavanagh, you can certainly defer this to do stuff, but we have our offer on the table about what we're willing to do with the project, and that is to go forward with the plan that we have there. The alternative is that you could add that as a condition of the development agreement. As the city council say, condition of development agreements is that you keep it on site and do that as what you want to do, or I suppose you could deny the project. I suppose you're open as to what you can do on that end. But the position of the developer is that if if you were to defer this for 3 months, I probably would not do anything different in that time frame. So I could talk to the city could work on finding a place to put that on that end. And so if the city has some work to do, but we have come to where we need to be from the developer's end of the project.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
David, I like giving time for the right decisions to be made. And what I'm hearing from you is either accept our offer, condition us to do something without involving, I think, maybe getting all the right answers for us, the city, to be confident, or recommend denial or issue a denial. I just want to make sure that that's the position that you're at tonight, is that you're willing to accept a denial if we're not able to come to a conclusion about what's best for that silo. I just want to make sure I'm hearing you right. And again, the reason why I'm asking is that's where I would go, is if we don't have an answer on that and there's not a willingness to work collaboratively to find a solution, then we can save the council some time, and I'm happy to make a motion for denial.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilman Cavanagh, there's no intent to say, put you on the spot or say, this is our, stick my foot in the sand. I don't have anywhere else to go if you defer this, I don't have anywhere else to go in the next several months. I guess I would prefer that you place what you want to happen or what you want me to do as a condition on the project. Or I suppose if I don't know what I would do in the intervening months. I have been through this over and over again, and I don't have any other tools to bring you back something different. I can, Blaine's not going to change his mind on where he is. And I don't know if we're going to find a place to take that to. And I've already said it, and there's quite a bit of support that's probably not the developer's responsibility.
Yeah. And Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
David, I think it's not just you, it's us, right? To your point, if we asked the developer to tear it down and we don't have a plan about where it would go or how to be rebuilt, that's unfair to you and that's unfair to the developer. And so candidly, I wish after Planning and Zoning Commission that you would have taken the time and effort to engage with the city about building a plan. So we had an option tonight to pick. You chose not to do that, and that's okay. But that's where I'm trying to get to, is what's the plan? Asking you to take it down and store it with no plan in place, and we don't know what it would cost to put it back together. We don't know where it would go. And so that's what I'm saying, is if you don't want us to take the time to try and figure that out, I'm okay with that. I'm trying to work collaboratively with you to find the right solution.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, again, I don't want to come across as putting my foot in the sand. The take is, it's not that I'm not willing to be collaborative. We have been willing to be collaborative. The conclusion that we have come to in this is that silo is going to come down, and that we would love to see it to go somewhere else, but we don't want to see it on our site. Okay, is that we don't want to move it onto our site or build it on our site for the reasons I explained on that. From that perspective, we don't know that there's anything else to look at. What we have left open is the option for the city or the Historic Preservation Committee to say, hey, let's do something besides just throwing this thing away. Because that's what happens if no one else takes action. If we don't take action, you don't take action, the Historic Preservation Committee doesn't take action on this thing, then it gets thrown away. And so we think that that's probably what's going to happen in the long run. I'm guessing that's what's going to happen in the long run. It's not, that's what's going to happen here. And so we're saying that we want to leave this open, that if there is another solution, we don't want to close off the door today, right? But we're not going to know anything more in 3 months from now, or maybe we will. Certainly I'm not telling you what you have to do or what you need to do. That's your side of the deal.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I think we should be careful not to embrace a false dilemma. I do think if we made a hasty decision this evening, then there would be a real risk of disassembling this and having it disappear or be discarded. We definitely all are in alignment that we don't want that to happen. So I have faith that we'll work through that. I think if we take a continuance, it would give you the opportunity. I know that your developer does not prefer this, but it would give you the opportunity to take a look at if it were reassembled on site, what would that look like? Is there a way you could get comfortable with that? That would give you an opportunity to look at that. I think it would give our city and the Historic Preservation Commission would have an opportunity to discuss with private parties who may or may not be interested. Could be even nearby, across the street, who knows where it could go. Okay, so that would give us an opportunity to explore that avenue, and it would give city staff an opportunity to look at some parks angles. I loved Lori's positivity with this out of the box, creative thinking about play structure. I mean, there's just a lot of possibility there, but we really couldn't explore that unless we talked with our parks department. So I would, you're in the driver's seat because you're the applicant this evening. So I would encourage you to indicate if you're comfortable with a continuance, because I think that would give us all an opportunity to do our homework as a city, and then that would give you an opportunity to do some homework on, if you had to locate it on site, what's that going to look like? Is there a way for you to get comfortable? That's just my recommendation, because we can't force you into a continuance. It's better if you're okay with that. But I think what you're probably hearing from us, at least a few of us, is that really making a decision tonight may not work in your favor. And I think we all agree, we don't want it discarded. So that's just feedback from me. I would be in a similar boat to Councilman Cavanagh in terms of feeling that we're not ready to make a decision because we don't have really a method yet, a plan for the silo. But I think if we take time, I think we could get that together. Maybe I'm just being optimistic, but I really think we could figure it out.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Could I answer that?
Yep,
Yes,
go ahead,
please,
sorry.
David.
Councilman Strader, I agree with you, and of course, we're willing to look at a continuance in order to move this forward. And with that continuance, I would say that our job during that time would be I will talk to the developer, and we will look more at the costs and the feasibility of moving it onto the site. I will ask that question again of the developer during that time. And I would hope the city and the Historic Preservation Committee during that time could look at other options for what could be done with the site. And I think that's great. That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to add, I mean, I'm trying to put on multiple hats. It's like, if we're not willing to relocate it to our property at our cost, why would we expect the developer to put it back on their property at their cost? I think that's a fair question to ask when the road is where the road is. If we really want to stay where it is, go to ACHD and get ACHD to move the road. I mean, that saves it from that standpoint, but there is a real cost if it's the expectation that this only comes back on the developer's property at the developer's cost in that context. And I just want to share one other little story that's kind of relevant to my time in the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. Was one of the things that they wanted to do was restore a bunch of homes on military bases that were built in the 40s. Seemed like a great thing. And I asked the question, well, who gets to see those homes? Well, the people that live in them. So it was a lot of money to preserve homes that the only people that were ever going to do it was the officers that lived in those homes. They weren't available to the public. It was more of just a general, we want them to be maintained in their historic relevance, but no one actually got to have the benefit except for the people there. And that is my concern with rebuilding on this property, is especially if you're not going to create an opportunity for people to visit, it just becomes a building on a piece of property. And I think that if you want to have historic preservation meaningful, you have to have a way that it's interactive there for the public, and just showing up and like, okay, we're here and looking at it and with no other real purpose, or, okay, we saved the building, but have we really met any meaningful long-term purpose? And I think that when Council Cavanagh read the comments, there was, and I don't remember exactly what he said, but some of the stuff at the very end, I think, where does the community get the best value for this? If we're going to historic preservation, that's where, to me, is the important part, is not just the maintain on the property, but the value to the community in this concept. So I hope that as we have as you talk, staff talks, parks talks, council talks, at the end of the day, we all come around to, real cost, real value, real purpose, not just to say we preserved a building on a industrial property that people are not going to drive to and look at or interact with or value in that context. So just want to get that out there as we move forward in this conversation.
Mayor and council, if I can just add to some of the commentary on that too. I think Councilwoman Strader was probably going in the right direction. I'm looking at the southeast corner and there's quite a bit of landscape buffer down there. And we have to look at 10 Mile as a whole. So yes, this is one piece of it, but to the east, there's going to be an interconnected multi-use pathway along the interstate there. So it may make sense to put it along there. You can see it as you drive your car. And then those who are riding a bike can stop and interact there in that buffer area and not even go through the industrial park. So there are some other ways. Maybe the developer would be interested in doing that. Or I think continuing the conversation is probably the right approach. And then if we really want to get creative, we can maybe even put some signage on it and help them advertise their business there. We can make it dual purpose, give it some meaning. I don't think people are going to drive to the site to look at it, but I do think people will ride their bikes as 10 Mile area continues to build out and we build that continuous pathway along the interstate there that it will connect 10 Mile to Black Cat. And I see people in that area using that and maybe interacting with the silos or at least visiting it as they ride their bike in the evening. Just something to consider.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh?
I'm going to move that we continue the public hearing for item 11 Farmstead Crossing, application H-2023-0045 to May 7th. We're going to keep the public hearing open in a limited capacity as it pertains to the silo and its usage. Mr. Mayor, along with my motion, I would ask that we also ask staff to draft a letter to ACHD to ask for additional reconsideration about the placement of Vanguard. And as it pertains to the current location of the silo. And then, Mr. Mayor, I guess along with that, asking you and our planning staff and our Parks and Recreation staff to work with the applicant and their representative on possible solutions and costs to relocate the silo to a yet to be identified location.
Blaine's going to get his work out. Do I have a second? Motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is continued. Okay. Thank you. Council, let's go ahead and take a break. At least 5, if not 10 minutes. 10 minutes. All right, council, we'll go ahead and come back from recess and move on. Oh, I threw away my agenda. So item next is item 12, which is the Ravel Ridge subdivision, H 2023-0050. Open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Last action item or land use application this evening is the Ravel Ridge subdivision. The applicant is here to discuss annexation and a preliminary plat with you. The site consists of approximately 60 acres of land currently zoned RUT in Ada County and is located at a physical address of 7355 South Eagle Road. What's unique about this property here, if you look at the center map here, the future land use map designates this property with two designations, both the low density residential designation and the medium density residential designation. And how that breaks out is approximately 31 acres is confined in the 31 acres, which is the green, and then approximately 28 acres encompasses the MDR designation. And each one of them have different density requirements as well, but overall, the aggregate of the density tonight does conform to both of the designations, and I'll share that with you in my presentation. But right now, the MDR designation, we're looking at 3 to 8 dwelling units to the acre, and then in an LDR designation, it's three or less. You can also see in the aerial that there's an existing residence and some outbuildings that will be removed upon development of the site. So the applicant is here tonight to discuss annexing this property with an R8 and R15 zoning designation. You can see in this exhibit here how much of the area encompasses the R8, which is 34.6 or 0.7 if you round up, and the R15 area encompasses 25.3 acres. Here's the plat and the phasing plan for you. So I know one of the topics during the Planning and Zoning Commission were the number of road improvements happening in the area or lack thereof. So if you've had a chance to look at the staff report, ACHD is planning, or they should be close to starting construction, widening Lake Hazel from Locust Grove to the Eagle Road and then rebuilding that intersection as well as part of 2024. And then in 2025, they plan on widening Lake Hazel from Eagle Road to South Cloverdale. So traffic and congestion will occur in this area as those road improvements happen. Currently, there are no improvements planned for South Eagle Road, which is the main access into this development currently. So a preliminary plat is proposed to show 246 lots and 38 common lots, again on 59.77 acres of land in the proposed R8 and R15 zoning district. The developer is proposing to develop the site in 4 phases. As we wrote the staff report and went into commission, we looked at the phasing plan. We asked the developer or the applicant to make some changes, which they did. And so the phasing plan that is on the screen tonight is the most recent changes and proposed phasing plan. So you can see here a lot of the collector road, the entire collector road for this development, which is consistent with the master street map, is going to be built with phase 1. And then with phase 2, we get a bulk of the open space and amenities with the existing pond site. And then we transition with the larger lots with phase 3. And then phase 4 is up in the northwest corner of the development. Again, staff was supportive of this phasing plan. It did coincide with not only our recommendation, but the commission also supported that recommendation. Mentioned to you that the main access into this development will be from Eagle Road, which you can see here. And that is the collector road per the master street map in accordance with ACHD's plan. And then along the west boundary is also a collector road that will tie into the future park, Discovery Park. So we're getting a lot better connectivity in this area, not only for subdivisions, but also access for fire department and access to that beautiful public amenity that we're constructing out there in South Meridian. One other thing that I would note with the council, this proposed plan also has quite a bit of pedestrian connectivity as well. That was a recommendation from not only from staff, but the Parks Department. So all of the collector roadways will have 10-foot multi-use pathways or 10-foot wide sidewalks. The master pathway plan also shows a 10-foot multi-use pathway that runs along the gas pipeline, East Williams pipeline here through the site. And staff has also recommended that an additional pathway be constructed along this north-south roadway, which is known as TAP. that will tie into the far lateral pathway that the applicant is building with Phase 3. And this will ultimately continue and connect into the Vertex number 2 subdivision, which is a Brighton development that's currently been approved and under construction, or should be shortly. So again, we're getting additional pedestrian connectivities for this development, but it's also tying into adjacent developments as well. You can see here that the site currently has an existing pond, which the applicant is proposing to keep as part of an amenity for the development. And they're also including a walking path around the pond, which would also include some sitting areas so that the residents can enjoy that. The code requires that they provide 15% open space as part of their development, and the applicant is proposing in excess of code, which is 19.69% open space, which is a great amenity for this development. But also, you know, typically when someone's around a regional park, staff is amenable to lesser open space, but this applicant's gone above and beyond to do something more. As far as the amenity package, they're required to have 12 amenities points, and they have 12. I would probably let the council know that it's probably higher than 12 if I'm looking at the amount of interconnected pathways that they're providing. So they're providing miles of pathway with their development, which should be counted for more amenity points. So they do exceed the minimum requirements per code. Here is the proposed open space exhibit that demonstrates compliance with UDC standards. You can see here the bulk of the open space is internal to the development. One unique thing about this development as well is the applicant's proposing multiple residential types for this development. So they're having single family detached. I think their breakdown here, they had, get to my notes here. $170 single family detached homes, 14 single family attached, 62 townhomes, so 3 different residential styles. And then the gross density overall is 4.13 dwelling units to the acre. In the LDR designated area, you're looking at 2.96, which is again under that 3. And then the MDR area is at 5.3. So as I mentioned to you, they are meeting the requirements of the comprehensive plan as far as the density requirements go. Here are the sample elevations that they're proposing this evening. You can see a mix of single 2-story elevations, taking access off of common driveways and some alley loaded product as well. And then typical building materials will consist of horizontal vertical siding, stucco, stone and brick veneers. Any of the attached product, the townhomes and the single family attached duplex units will have to go through design review process with staff. Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this project to you. Testifying in favor was the applicant, David Bailey. There were quite a few residents in the surrounding subdivisions that testified in opposition. If you had a chance to look at the public record, you also saw public comment in that effect as well. Primary concerns voiced in that public testimony was density, transitional lot sizes, and then just the overall congestion and road improvements planned in the area, which will hamper access in and out of this area for the next few years. So key issues of discussion by the commission, again, was density. Step back here. So as I showed you, this low area of the plat is low density residential. And some of the discussion at the Planning and Zoning Commission was whether or not there was adequate transition to those lots in the Keep subdivision. So that's one of the questions that the commission posed to this body this evening is, do you feel that these number of lots are adequate enough to transition from that R2 development to the north? And I'm sure you'll probably hear some of that tonight in tonight's testimony as well. Again, safety, traffic concerns, safety. One other item was also discussed about R8 zone lots. Why is there R8 zoning and not R2 zone lots up against the Keep as well? And as I think as this body knows, when back in 2017, we eliminated density requirements from the UDC. So really zoning doesn't really pertain to zoning too much, as many people still seem to correlate zoning with density. And in our code, zoning or density correlates to the comprehensive plan. So someone could still request an R8, R15 zone, but still meet the density requirements of the code. It doesn't mean they're getting 15 dwelling units to the acre. It just means dimensional standards. They're smaller lots and meet additional housing needs for the community. So I've had a chance to look at the public record as well. There was 2 additional items of public testimony submitted after the Planning Zoning Committee. I believe they were the day after the commission hearing, if I remember correctly. Again, same comments and concerns, better transition, and then traffic and density. So with that, again, Planning and Zoning Commission and staff have recommended approval with the appropriate conditions, and I'd happy to conclude my presentation and stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Council, questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Bill, appreciate, as always, very thorough but comprehensive report. My question is for Deputy Chief Bongiorno. Deputy Chief, in the staff report, it indicated, that we didn't have enough data at the time to determine response times to this proposed application. I don't know when that determination was made and if it was early when an application was submitted, if that was looked at again recently. I guess I'm trying to get a good sense as to what our response times would be to this based on Station 7. And if we've got the resources to meet the need in this proposed application.
Mr. Mayor and Council, so when this was submitted, Station 7, make sure I get my numbers right,
Yep.
was not open yet. And so now it's open. So the entrance on Eagle Road would be a 2 mile, well, actually not even that, it'd be 1.5 miles. So super fast. And for me, like Bill had mentioned, with phase 1, we're going to get a connection from the park to Eagle Road. So now we're there because the fire station is on that road that they're going to propose with phase 1. So we're there.
Mr. Mayor, thanks. That was my assumption, but I know when I make an assumption, it's dangerous. So I always like to trust the subject matter experts to make sure we're seeing things the same way. Thanks, Chief. That's my only question for right now.
Also, any additional questions for
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor?
Quick question, Bill, on the, one of the outstanding issues to leave the far lateral open and just put up a fence. I'm just looking on the map here. It looks like it's at the very top. Currently, is that open now in terms of it adjacent to the property to the north?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Taylor, yes, it is open currently. So it's just a standard, just kind of going through, asking you to leave it open because of the size of that facility. And other developments have been granted the same waiver.
Okay, and then quick follow-up, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Just that far lateral, does it, when it gets to the end of block 2, does it kind of turn to the north? It doesn't continue to transition along the rest of the property and where phase 4 would be, right?
Councilman Taylor, that is correct. It does jog and head north.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
if you have it handy, it would be very helpful, or if not, when the applicant presents, it would be great if I could see the lot lines and how they match up when we get into these issues about transition, since that seems like kind of the sticking point. Thank you.
Any additional questions for staff? All right, then I invite the applicant to come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David Bailey, Bailey Engineering, 1119 East State Street in Eagle, representing Trilogy Development for the Reveille subdivision. I appreciate the previous conversation. I apologize, I'm back. So we'll continue on. I think that came out great before. I really do appreciate that. So here for the Reveille Bridge subdivision, a whole different animal here. We're really proud of what we came up with here. You know, this piece of property has the pipeline running through the middle of it. It had the existing pond on there. The requirement by ACHG to put this east-west collector through this property that's well south of where it should be. So we end up with a collector there. We end up with a full collector in the northwest. Great opportunity having the park adjacent to this. And then we have this dual comp plan zone to work with. So we had a lot of good pieces to work with, and we're just really excited about what we came up with here. We're keeping the open space, and Bill reported that we do meet the density requirements on this. And we didn't just meet the density requirements, we're right in the middle. We're a little high on we're close to the high end on the low density, but we're not even anywhere near the middle on the medium density portion of this. And the overall density at 4.12 is really great for this area, and certainly consistent with all of the compass planning that goes into the roads in the future for this area. So we also have the opportunity on this to provide that connection, as was stated, between the park, the collector along the west boundary of this, and then continue that vantage point through to Eagle Road. And then we will be building the entire collector. So on our initial plans, we had proposed that we build a half plus adjacent to the property on the eastern end. They've asked us to shift that forward just north about 2 feet and build the whole road, including curb and gutter, all the way through. So that'll be done. The only thing the developer adjacent would need to do would be to add the sidewalk on their side when they get there. So we're going to be building all that all the way through the project on that end of it. So with that, I'll get into the presentation here. So as I said, we're about 60 acres and south of Lake Hazel, west of Eagle Road. To the northeast of us is the Keep subdivision. And actually, this is a good one to look at to see that there are, in fact, 4 lots adjacent to us in the Keep subdivision to the north there at the end of the cul-de-sac. And the Keep is zoned R2, and the lots in there, the minimum lot size in the R2 zone is 12,000 square feet. And then the lots in there that are adjacent to us are about 14 to, I think there's one of the big ones on the cul-de-sac corner there is probably almost 20, I think almost half an acre on that end of it. To the northwest of that is the Keep West, which was recently approved, and the developer on that came and testified and said he chose to do R2, but went to 0.4 acre lots. And so those are really big lots that are up in that triangle piece there. To the west of that is the approved Project Vertex subdivision, which was zoned as an R4, and they're all standard R4 lots that are in there. To the east of us, there's some large lots to the east of us, and there's a fairly new home constructed in the southwest corner of that lot that fits in the panhandle, I guess we'll call it, of the project. I'm from Connecticut, so you flip this over and it looks about like that. As he pointed out, the future land use map shows this portion as low density and medium density. And so we did do this lot transition to move from those areas to what we're doing in here into the medium density transition density, and I'll go over that a little more later as far as lot sizes. To the north are 2, R8, I guess, but it's developed. The vertex is shown as all the lots are pretty close to R4 dimensions in that subdivision. And then to the south is a proposed project, I think by Larry Bailey's on it, working on it. That's going to be an R8 request on a residential subdivision. So on the preliminary plat, we see we have 170 single family detached homes, 62 townhomes, and 14 duets. And the duets are duplexes with a single lot line. So it's a two unit townhome that's on this, provide a nice variety of housing sizes. As you see along the north boundary, we have 6 lots, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lots, excuse me, adjacent to those to the north of us on that project. To the east, we're R4. All along the north boundary, we're R4 lot sizes. And then we start transitioning to the south. I think we're still large R8 and R4 that are across from the R2 lot sizes. Those are all 12,000 square foot. So while the zone we're asking for is R2, or excuse me, R8, those will be R2 dimensional standard lots that are adjacent to the ones to the north. In addition to that, there's the far lateral there, but in between these lots and the far lateral boundary is a 20-foot pathway that we're putting in there. That'll be landscaped along that. And then there's the entire far lateral easement. So the waiver we're requesting not to tile the far lateral has us put the fence, it's pretty common standard city procedure that we don't tile, but we put the fence at the edge of the easement. So that will be between our pathway and the far lateral is where that fence we're talking about would be. And I think we do, I'll get out of line here. I think we do open fencing on the back of those lots adjacent to that pathway also, is the standard on that. And then there's the whole far lateral easement on the other side, and then the lots of the properties to the north. So there's significant distance between them, in addition to the fact that our lot sizes are the same lot sizes that could be. They aren't the ones that are in there exactly, but they're the same lot sizes that could be within that Keep subdivision in that same zone. So we think we provided a really good transition there. As we move towards the pathway to the south and west, we're increasing the density some on the road out to Vantage Point Drive that goes out to Eagle Road. Those are all R4 size lots, again, adjacent to that larger lots that's there. And they do have an alley load in the back of those because they can't front they can't have a driveway onto the collector street. So they'll all have this back alley load, but there'll be nice houses along that drive that'll be set back a little bit from at least 20 feet from that. And we also have detached sidewalk along all of the collector streets here, as Bill pointed out. So we get along closer, we get to the Williams pipeline, and we're providing the pathway through there, provides a great connection up to the park that way. The pathway along the far lateral also connects into a pathway that's planned in the Vertex subdivision. So that continues to the park as well along that way. And then southwest of that, we have the pond on there, and then some of the townhouse stuff is all southwest of that there. So we do have some more narrow single-family detached lots immediately adjacent to that, to the pathway in the Williams pipeline easement there. And then we go up and we connect with the planned alignment of Vantage Point to the west. It goes all the way out, and I forget what it's called. There's a Lennar subdivision that's out that way that gets you out all the way out to Meridian Road on Vantage Point eventually to the west here. Connections to the south on this point, and also in that open area to the south, we have reserved in there a pressure reducing station for the city of Meridian as they requested in their conditions of approval. So we have a spot reserved for the city in that area. It's the size of a well site is the requirement for that. We are doing the pathways around the pond, the pathway to the north, and the pathways along all of that and through the Williams pipe, along the collectors and through the Williams pipeline in there. And we'll be doing some minor modifications to that, and we'll make sure that that's aerated properly and designed properly so it's a maintainable pond and doesn't become a nuisance at all. And then the other amenities we have, I think I get to that later on here. There's the product mix on there that shows better where things are. And those townhouses are all really adjacent to that pathway and to the park. Oops. Okay, amenities. Picnic tables, fitness stations, tot lot, and a bike repair station. So the fitness stations go along that pathway in the Williams pipeline along there. The pond itself is really a huge amenity. It's just gorgeous around there, and there's a lot of trees that are already around the pond. We'll preserve as many as possible. We do have a lot of trees on the site, and we're meeting the city's requirement for mitigation and for providing trees on the site. As far as open space total, again, it's not listed as an amenity on here, but as far as open space total, as Bill said, we could have asked for a reduction in open space being adjacent to the park on this, but we're almost 20% of usable open space on this site that we've provided on here. And like I said, I think we're really excited about how this works. Several multi-use pathways, the far lateral we discussed already on that. And that does show another good picture here. So we're talking, that's a really huge lot in their southwest corner there. So that would be adjacent to two. You would have those adjacent to a couple each, those really big lots. And then to the east there, they'd be adjacent to one each or to 1.5 each on the east side. The city doesn't have any particular standard in the code as far as to the transition on that. Haven't done this, over time, I've looked at various standards and done stuff, and if we can do 1.5 to 1 or 2 to 1, and we provide a significant barrier in between, we feel we're in pretty good shape. For transition to adjacent large lots, undeveloped, 5-acre tracts and stuff, we look at what's the future designation of that as low-density residential. That could easily be R4, and we want to make sure that we're less density than R4 adjacent to those lots. As Bill said, the phasing on here, we adjusted with some suggestions from the city staff on that, and we think that works out well. We will be providing the entire collector along the west boundary, connecting to the access to the fire station and the entire section of Vanguard or Vantage Point, all the way out to Eagle Road. Bill pointed out we do have some scheduled improvements in the area on Lake Hazel, the intersection, and more Lake Hazel widening. This planned to happen in the next couple of years on this project. There's not programmed improvements to Eagle Road in this. That's taken into account in our traffic study that is on that. We will do a right turn lane into the project on Eagle Road, so we don't slow the traffic going south on Eagle Road. And in addition, the standard is we will widen that to 19 feet of asphalt center line as an arterial street. So we will make improvements in front of our project of at least that amount, so that it opens that up and add that right turn lane to the north of us. Comp plan alignment we discussed already. And then project timeline, when we talk about congestion or the added traffic in the area, we're looking at 2025, hopefully, to start on a first phase on this. The utilities are available on this. We'd work through building those collector streets to connect things. We're doing 1.5 to 2 years, typically, is what we're seeing on these developments. The buyout, of course, it depends on the market associated with that. But that 2-year thing, and I think that's a typo. We should be looking at 2033 on a full build out for the project. So we're talking several years before we're into the full traffic from the site impacting the roadways. We're into another 5-year plan that probably has, by that point, projects to the south probably has improvements to Eagle Road planned in as well. We have quite a few elevations. The proposed is conceptual. Of course, they're on here. Those are the duets. And we are in agreement with all the conditions of approval from the staff report. And on the ACHD staff report, there were 2 conditions. One was build the entire section of Vantage Point. The other one was that the intersection of Command was in accordance with their code. They said too close to the intersection of the Recreation Way on the west end. So this is a concept of how we would adjust that road to the west, and it doesn't change anything in the number of lots or in the configuration or in the open space with this. But if we can't work through this with the highway district, which often work through things, we have a plan, right, to move that over, and then we're totally consistent with all their conditions of approval for this. So we'd probably go in that direction. That said, this.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Love to answer any questions. Yeah.
Question. I recall reading I think in the packet material about with the pond, having the water kind of circulated somehow. Can you speak a little bit to that and give me a better idea how you would do that and kind of, or am I misremembering? It's been a long night.
Councilman Taylor. So the idea is there needs to be a certain amount of turnover within the pond. And so we have it designed by a pond expert of the amount of water we do. We will put a pressure irrigation pump station near the pond, and that'll provide water for the subdivision for irrigation. And it'll also provide pressure for aerators and sprinklers that go into that. There's also some depth requirements, so we may excavate some shallow portions to make sure that they stay fresh.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Sorry not to nitpick on the pond, but city council over the years has run into ponds that have become mosquito havens and so forth. Just want to make sure the pond will be year round. It's not just a holding pressure zone for irrigation. So all year round, the pond will be full of water. So I wanted to check that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, I don't know fully the answer. It's fed by irrigation water.
Right.
Okay, and so the intent is not to like pump it dry or anything, but it is fed by irrigation water, and we probably do not have, I don't have off the top of my head, probably do not have another source of water. That doesn't mean it doesn't hold water in the off season, because it was designed to do that, originally. So it is a sealed pond. It's a constructed pond, right? And it was sealed originally. So we will have maintenance procedures for handling the pond, but the intent is not to just drain it dry in the winter, although there is no other, legal or valid source of makeup water to fill that pond year round.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
I'm going to look to staff to provide any pond feedback. Sorry, it's getting late, but just want to make sure we feel that this is a pond and not going to end up just being kind of an irrigation holding area or do we have standards? I don't recall how we put guardrails around that.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Strader, there are guardrails around that. The code does allow it to be counted as open space, which it can be. Two, it's been my experience in some of the subdivisions I am, some have gone dry and some have had water all year round. It just depends on how much gets drained out of there and how well the pond is built. But the only thing that code requires is that it be circulated, so there's not a mosquito breeding ground, and sounds like the applicant's going to do that. So again, there's nothing in code that says they can't drain it during the irrigation season and fill it up again, because it is going to be dual purpose. It will be meant for as an amenity and as a resource for the subdivision to teach.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
Mr. Bailey, I want to make sure it's being treated really like an amenity. Will there be like a water feature, like a fountain or something? Will there be fish in it or something? Like, help me understand kind of how it's going to function.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, the pond currently has been used as an amenity, as a water feature in the past, and it was built for that. Part of the other thing we do for safety on these ponds is we actually build specific benches on the edge of them, right? So that you crawl out of it, right? And that's part of it making it look like an amenity as opposed to an irrigation holding pond. It's not intended at all to be an irrigation or storm drainage holding pond for that matter. We may put some storm drainage in there because ACHD lets us, but it is not primarily designed for that in any way, shape, or form, nor is it designed. It's way too big, way bigger than we need for our irrigations. So it's a really good pond, and definitely with a walking path around the outside, the existing trees that are there, and treatment along the banks, this will be a really nice looking amenity.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Where Councilmember Strader's getting is it considered, or are you open to, in an effort, right, we've got to circulate the water to not have the mosquitoes turn into a breeding ground. Can that water circulation system include something that is a visual appealing amenity? Again, to Councilmember Strader's, a fountain of something. So I hear your intention, and I track with exactly everything that you were saying and doing. I think the thought is, because this is an amenity, is there an element that you can incorporate within the pond, or excuse me, within the pond, to, again, to use, I think, Councilmember Strader's term, make it a fountain. So it's not only is it circulating the water to help prevent the mosquitoes, but it's also something that's visually appealing. Is that something you guys are open to?
I believe so. I think we did that in Shelburne.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was thinking about where you guys
We did the Shelburne project,
okay.
right? Sometime back. Katie worked for somebody else then.
Okay.
but
Sorry.
nonetheless, she was in that and we were the engineer,
Okay.
you know, on that project. So yes, we've done these in the past. We've done them in Eagle, the same way. And I think they generally do. I'm not the expert on designing those, you know, and
Neither am I, clearly.
yeah, but I think in general, I've seen those as part of the aeration system that a fountain or something like that. We didn't propose that specifically as part of the amenity, but certainly, yeah, that would probably be in there. And then if we have ideas on how to make it better, you know, when we do that, I think there's little dots. We have to ask our landscape architect, Kim Seeger-Poller does all our landscape stuff. She'll
Mayor.
specify some of that as well.
Councilman Schrader.
It's fantastic. Thank you. It's perfect. Just my only other question is around transition. Help me understand the topography of your surrounding neighbors. So from visiting the Keep, I recall that it's up a little bit higher, but is it the same elevation as you? Is it higher up, lower? Like, help me understand kind of how your other surrounding properties line up with yours.
I don't know the exact answer out there.
Okay.
Reason, it's not really hilly. Right?
Yeah.
I think you're right. They are a little higher. So the far lateral serves this direction and they're above it on the dry side of the far lateral. And I don't think it's huge, elevation difference up there. So will they see these houses? I suppose probably, but they're not hanging over a cliff onto them or, you know, hanging.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Sorry, and then sorry to put a finer point on it. So here along this northern boundary, you showed a picture that had lot lines, but help me understand. So what is the most number of houses you have against any one property here along that transition? 3? It looked like 3, but I couldn't really.
I have it on my vicinity map on the preliminary plat.
Mhm.
By chance have that, do you?
Councilwoman Strader, I created a map for you so I can pull it up.
That's
Just a second, if you don't mind, Dave.
Thank you.
I made a map so I can bring it up and share it real quick. Thank you. Bear with me here.
That was exactly what we're gonna ask. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
While we're pulling that up, allow me to compliment Bill Parsons on anticipating our questions and how fantastic that is that you did that for us. Thank you. There you go.
So these are the keep lots here along the north, and then this is how their lots transition adjacent to it.
So the western one is 3, the large pie shaped would, excuse me, 2. The large pie shaped one would be 3, and then 1.5 each for the eastern lots. Well, it's 2 in the middle and half, so we call it 3.5. Got an awful big, long backyard lot line for this.
True.
Bill, or do you know what's the easement size of the fire lateral? 50 feet? Or 25 from center line to each side?
It's at least that, yes.
Yeah. And speaking for someone who has a creek that runs back, that might as well be a lateral.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I also have a pathway on one side. I couldn't even tell you how close my neighbor or how the neighbors, you'd never. Yeah. It's a long ways. Let's just say, I don't think personally, not everyone, and I live in a unique place as well where I don't really have a back neighbor because of this situation. So that's at least how we view it. We don't feel like we have neighbors on the other side of the creek where we are. Doesn't feel that way.
Mayor, I believe it's 60 feet.
60 feet?
60 plus the 20 for the pathway then, and then plus their buildings are set back. And then these houses, because the lots are so deep, will probably be closer to the road.
You can make sure you speak into the mic so people can.
Thank you.
Maybe another comment / question. I really hate what ACHD recommended, kind of going back to the pond. I feel like moving that, if you have to move those parcel lines, you take away that open space that's there on the south side of the pond. So how do we just tell ACHD their recommendation, we don't like it, and we don't want to comply?
I know, Mr. Mayor, I asked Mindy and she was giving me no quarter whatsoever.
Well, personally, I look at this location of this development and even how what is accessing up to the park. I don't see there's going to be a backup of traffic trying to turn in or around. I think, well, I understand their policy. I think that it actually detracts greatly from what is designed and just takes up, you know, what was very nice space in the south around that to essentially, yeah. So I know it's not your thing. I just want to kind of throw that out there in terms of if there's a way to,
You heard her.
unless council disagrees that they think it adds value, but I just don't see the traffic density. I personally think this design, you're gonna have 50% going in one direction, 50% going in the other direction in and out of this space. And I don't see the mid-mile collector being jam-packed with people trying to access in or out of this location. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we are continuing to discuss that with ACHD. When we get to the plans, we'll see. We might ask them for a waiver on that, but we have a plan to move forward and not really change things significantly is what we wanted to show you tonight, that, you know, if we have to meet that condition, we will.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
sorry, just one more. Can you talk a little bit about what transition you're trying to provide to the properties to the east? I see I see all of the lots here, but like, what's the setback? Is there landscaping? Is there a fence? Like, help me understand that piece. I think it's great you have the far lateral there to the north that provides kind of a natural built-in buffer, but what have you got going on to the east, please?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, as I said before, these 5-acre large adjacent lots, and whether they intend to subdivide them or not, they could be subdivided to those levels, right? And then, so who would be responsible for providing, if we provide more transition, you know, extra for that 5-acre lot, then they got to come back and provide more transition if they subdivide in the future. So what we're doing the transition for, and what my intent is to provide that transition as if that were developed in the mid-range of the allowed density within that project to the east. And then, so that's generally the thing. You can see there's a large easement that runs there through to the east. And so we are providing a connection there. I think originally the plan was to put the collector street through that area there, and then that was moved off for some reason. I'm not sure. But that's the way I normally set these up when I do it as far as transition to those large lots. I think it's a semi-commercial enterprise of sorts to the north, and there's a single family home that's newly constructed in the southeast there. So I do have those lots a little deeper, there, but those are our 4-dimensional standard lots is what I do on those, is what I put.
Council, additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Bill, can you put David's presentation up? Maybe the slide with the phasing plan? And while he's pulling that up, David, I want to start first by commending you in locating the more denser product closer to the open space. Time and time again, we see applications come through where the denser it is, the further away that it is from the open space. And it drives me crazy because the people with the least amount of yard have to walk or drive or bike the furthest distance to get to it. So I really commend you for being really forward thinking and making sure that we're providing the open space closest to the densest product. I did have a question though about the phasing plan, and particularly as it relates to the amenities. And again, I'll get this confirmation when it's pulled up, but one of the pieces that caused me a little bit of concern is phase one, if I remember correctly, doesn't include the pathway segment. And so I'm worried that residents are going to move in, how they're going to get to the park, and does that pond, which is designed to be an amenity, be potentially a nuisance or a hazard until phase two is built out? And I'm not very good at talking slow to buy some time while we're working through our technical difficulties. Apologies for that.
So I guess there is in fact a, there is in fact a pathway along the Collector Street.
Okay.
On a 10-foot detached, so there's detached sidewalk is 10 foot there instead of bike lanes in the street, you know, the way we have it. So it'll go along the entire north side of the Collector Street from Eagle Road all the way to Recreation Way, and then there's another pathway from there all the way up to the park. So that
I may have you walk me through that with the mouse, something as soon as we get it pulled up, just so that I can kind of track with, I know that you know this site layout very, very well, and I'm trying to track with what I remember in my mind, and so I appreciate your patience on that. I can maybe, Yasmin. That's weird. Awesome. So it looks like it's up. David, if you maybe want to scroll to like maybe your phasing plan, and I can maybe kind of walk you through where I'm a little worried.
are you controlling that, Bill? Good. Okay.
Perfect.
So in the pink
Mhm.
is the phasing plan. And we are providing, Vantage Point goes from Eagle Road all the way along the south boundary,
Okay.
and then goes to the north there and ties into Recreation Way on our west boundary.
Okay.
And along that Vantage Point, which is the Collector Street, there's no front-on housing in there at all. We got a lot of road and very few homes going on here. And then the southern portion there, I guess, is the more of the lots, but Recreation Way then goes up to the park. And that will connect in, the road from the park is actually constructed to that point.
Yep.
So we'll connect into a road that's already built at that point.
So,
And there's a pathway along both of those.
yep. So kind of to the greater concern, at least for me, is you look at, houses, 59 to 49, they're on kind of that corner on, is it Cock Crow
Mhm.
and Vantage Point? They're gonna move in. Pretty typical of Meridian, young families or families are moving into neighborhoods in Meridian. And I worry about that you've got this kind of natural waterway that's there that hasn't been fully developed out to the point that you talked about with the steps. And so help me understand, I got an 8-year-old who loves to explore. And as a parent, I get a little worried about that there is this pond essentially in my backyard that hasn't been set up as a true amenity. I guess I worry as a parent about what's going to happen to kids out there. Maybe walk me through kind of what your thoughts and perspective is on that.
So those are townhouses, I think, that are in that area there.
Yeah.
That area you're talking about. So they have fences in the backyard. They don't have direct access to the pathway or the pond in this area. I suppose at the corner, they could have someone sneak out there from the road out there.
What about Vantage Point? Is that going to be fenced off? then?
No, so you could have access from Vantage Point to
Yeah.
walk in there, certainly from there. I suppose we could fence off the pond if we think it's a safety problem, so.
I don't know. I'm worried in the time between phase one and phase two, when that whole area is really developed. What could happen?
Generally, we're seeing that we're under construction in phase two before we're done with homes in phase one as well, right? And then from the practical sense is that we're gonna build all this improvements of the collector streets in phase one. And so we need to get some houses up somewhere before we start spending money building the pond and all the
Yeah,
pathway
no.
to get, even a smaller phase two in this thing. So we certainly would accept any conditions that you have that, that we provide safety around the pond from the people here until that's developed.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is that developing that pond with phase one would put us in as required with phase one, would put us in a really tough spot here when we probably have some alternatives to that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the business challenge of that. To your point, Vantage Point is not a cheap solution to have to build that all out. I just don't know what the solution is for essentially a very attractive nuisance before it's developed out for kids. And to your point, kids are walking to and from the park. And again, I guess I'm just looking at it through eyes of a parent of what is going to happen to my kids, and how do we? And I guess I'm asking, how do we solve that?
So I think we solve it by preventing access from this, collector street to a pond, to something that already exists. We will actually, you see that the pond, existing pond now goes out a little further than it is. So we will be, recovering some of that and probably clean up that edge of the pond and probably fence it off if it's a nuisance. So if that's a condition that you'd like to see, or you'd like to have the staff put some proper conditions on the phase one development that we keep that area safe, then we'd certainly be amenable to that.
Yeah, and I almost, again, you're the expert. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Is that part of phase one where Cockrow is? Moving that to phase two? And the product that you have on Command, that's in phase two? I mean, maybe you bring those together. I don't know. And I apologize that I'm being a sticky wicket on this thing. You're right, the waterway's there, but you're introducing housing to that spot. And I don't know if it's that I guess, would you support that the occupancy wouldn't be issued for those homes on Cockrow until the pond portion of phase two is complete?
I think I'd prefer there be conditions that we have the staff make sure that we've provided proper safety for the pond issue there, for the pond adjacent to this, and that the staff can review that. Then we have a condition that says we have to keep the pond safe, as opposed to taking lots out of this phase. I don't think, we still have to keep the pond safe for the frontage on Vantage Point versus wherever we do the phase.
Yeah.
And then we could have that, I don't know. I don't know what those appropriate conditions are, except for to say that the staff should review to make sure that we've maintained appropriate safety out there for the tenants between phases, which we do. We fence between phases and we move those things off. We do phases all the time in that area. So I don't see why it would be a challenge for us to provide appropriate safety from that pond with the phasing plan that we have.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Bill, then I guess I'm looking to you, and you don't want bad things to happen. And certainly when bad things happen, an appropriate response is, well, we asked staff to create conditions for safety, and I'm sorry that didn't work. So that's, for me as a parent, that is a pretty big hill that I'm gonna have to climb. But if you've got suggestions, I'm open to hearing that.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Abner, certainly, like you said, that's why phasing was critical to us too. We wanted to get these things done sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of holding up occupancy on a home, because we get too far down the road and the building department, once you give a building permit, it's pretty tough to hold up an occupancy. So we don't want to put any of our other departments in that that predicament trying to make that call.
Bill, can you
I do
speak
like the
into,
idea.
speaking of the mic?
I do like the idea of maybe a public safety plan and working with maybe the police and fire department to come up with that as a condition of approval, and that has to be approved and signed off by the experts that we have at the city to deal with it. I like that. We've done that where we've had hillsides and we were concerned about fires. They had to come up with a fire prevention plan to show us how they're going to mitigate those concerns. So that's one tool that I think we could possibly use in the DA and say, hey, prior to you doing anything here with phase one, you need us to provide us that public safety plan with phase one prior to commencing with development. We can look at that and let you know that it's been taken care of.
Okay.
And then to your, that can have things like signage, fencing, educating the homeowners as they're buying homes there to please keep your children away from the pond because it's not swimmable. It's a safety concern here. So there's ways to mitigate that. If that gives the council a comfort level to add that as a condition in the DA.
Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Chief.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh. So I bought into the Oaks early, and my lot, literally, I look over my fence at the pond. And the pond that the Oaks built was there well before a lot of the homes were. So it's really no different than this. The pond is already there. In the Oaks, the pond was already there, and then they built the houses around the pond. So this is very similar. I am 100% with Bill. I think we could do something, we could work together to make sure that we come up with a plan. I mean, for me, if you look at the Google Earth map of that pond, it just needs to be cleaned up. And so that way we can see it. I think, and that's going to be true for police as well. We just want to be able to see it and make sure that there's no snags or anything that people can get caught in, and clean it up. And then obviously proper signage, I think, would be appropriate also. But again, we can totally work with David on something like that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Chief, and it would be your intention that safety plan would be in full effect and complete as part of the phase one development.
100%. Yes, sir.
Okay. That gives me better comfort. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cantor, not to belay the issue any, but, you know, we're happy to meet any condition we think, you know, improves public safety and goes on that end. But what I need on my end, you know, is say, here's what you got to do to implement that. Right. And so if we have established standards by the fire department and your staff, you know, to do that, happy to comply, you know, with those things and do whatever we need to on that piece so that we know, just so we know what we need to do.
Okay. And then, Mr. Mayor, or if I may, sorry.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Not about the pond. So moving on to another topic. Such a cool spot, such a cool part of Meridian in close proximity to the park. Listen, I know there's going to be a lot of demand for this. Makes sense with kind of a small, like, you know, play structure for kids that are staying close within the neighborhood, but recognizing there's lots more recreation just down the way. Something that we don't have a lot of at Discovery is court space. Have you guys thought about or discussed, instead of doing, you know, a bunch of picnic tables, having a little, you know, basketball court spot or something like that could be incorporated? I kind of look there again, kind of along Vantage Point and Command in that little area. Maybe is that anything you guys thought about, contemplated, and maybe let me know why that didn't make sense?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, we do think about those in all the projects, and we do add them to quite a few of them. So in this project here, the open space is gathered around the pond and along the long linear corridor there. So we don't have any open space that's conducive to provide pickleball court or basketball court, half basketball court, that kind of play area within this project. So we don't have a great spot for it there. To do that, we probably have room to put something like that there, but we proposed amenities for this that are the picnic tables with the shelters, the fitness stations, the tot lot, and the bike repair station, because we thought that's what was appropriate for the site. I'm not sure if those are appropriate or not. We did think about them, right? But we chose these because we thought they were appropriate for the site.
And Mr. Mayor, I think like the bike and repair station, incredibly smart, makes sense along the pathway to and from the park. My bike always seems to break down, not at home or not at my destination, but along the way. So I love that. It just, that's, and again, I could be wrong. I see that as a pretty cost-effective amenity, and credit to Councilmember Strader. I think it's listed as number one, the kind of the open space along Vantage Point. It kind of, arcs down, where, I guess correct, right there. Thank you.
That's,
And again, maybe this is me trying to tinker with things too much, and I would appreciate that feedback as well. I'm just trying to make sure that we're capturing
from a developer's perspective, enough is what the city requires, for, in their code for the development, right? So we do more than that. We're doing more than that on here, right? That specific space there is reserved for the city of Meridian, for their water reducing station.
Oh, okay.
So I don't, it wouldn't be practical to do it in that specific space. I don't think we can build a structure like that in the Williams pipeline. We could do the landscaping in that, so we can't do it in there. And then we've got the area around the pond. We certainly have that spot in there that's possible, but it's not an amenity that we've had proposed for the subdivision, I guess is the simple answer.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, we have people signed up to provide testimony.
Mr. Mayor, yes. First is Brian Miller.
Good evening. You say your name and address for the record, and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes.
My name is Brian Miller. I live at 6876 South Pemberley Way in the Keep. My house was the one that backed up to 4 lots along the thing. So I'm here basically because I would like to first comment on the, thank you for taking time, Mayor and council people. I'm here because of the concerns about the density, essentially. When everyone in the Keep, and I guess that my concern particularly was magnified by when we met with the Planning and Zoning Commission and expressed concerns. At the public hearing didn't feel much like a public hearing. In fact, my 16-year-old son walked away and said it was a public ignoring. We raised concerns about things like the water hazards, and that the Meridian Fire in their comments mentioned that they didn't have water rescue nearby. That concern was never addressed. It was kind of just blushed off. We brought up concerns about schools and traffic. And I think the frustrating part is that, well, I guess we brought up that there would be like conditions for traffic, and the developer basically pointed out, or Mr. Bailey pointed out, the ACHD had accepted that, but at the time, ACHD hadn't even made any comments. And now that they have, he mentioned that there was only 2 conditions of approval, but actually there's 34 conditions of approval in their comments. And it'd be interesting to know if they actually plan to accept all 34 comments. We also asked, would they make the voluntary impact fees to the CUNA School District, which about 1/3 of this division rents there. Again, they refused to acknowledge or make any attempt to talk about schools. And so it would still be interesting to hear if the developer is willing to make those contributions to the CUNA School District. I think what is probably most frustrating is that when these concerns weren't really addressed by Mr. Bailey, that the Planning and Zoning Commission, it felt like went to bat for him. They basically lectured us. In fact, Commissioner Seal used the word that he was preaching to us about how we should just be happy that we're getting such a nice subdivision, and it could be much, much worse. When he talked about schools, he said it's a bummer that schools are overcrowded, but that essentially that's the way we do business in Meridian. In fact, I think he said that's just the way things work around here, the way we operate, were the terms that he used. And then he said, if we build it, or if you build it, we will come, which seemed particularly troubling in terms of the way that we do planning. Our schools are overcrowded. The developer doesn't want to make impact fees. And additionally, I think the other kind of frustrating thing is when we talked about these transitions in density, and people who come and made comments about how, look, I built in the Keep thinking that I was using the city's long-term plan to guide why I would build here. that it says right now, in the plan that was developed in 2002, this would be developed at R2 if it were to be developed. And so those people built houses and did those things. What's frustrating is then that one of the other commissioners pointed out and said, well, we're sorry if you were lied to by your developers or your real estate agents, but we didn't feel lied to by our developers or real estate agents. If you approve this kind of zoning change, it feels like the city is the one that's lying to us. I mean, when we talk about a change from R2 to R15, it's a very significant change. And I would like to think that the city's long-term plan matters more than just, well, the right people bought the land and so the plan goes out the window. Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Council questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
Mr. Miller, right?
Yes.
Oh, please don't go far. So before I get into my questions, so I know that the city council does take our long-term comprehensive planning very seriously. I am sorry you had a bad experience from your perspective in planning and zoning. I'd like to focus on your property in particular, because I understand the comments about density. If we compare the density to what is contemplated under our comprehensive plan, this ends up being just under 4 units per acre across the whole site. When you look at the comprehensive plan, the part of the comprehensive plan I think most applies to you is a concern about transition. So we always want to have appropriate transition between neighborhoods. You have a very large part of your southern part of your property. Our developer says you're bordering 3.5. I counted 4, but what could you live with? What's your concern? I mean, so talk to me about your property and what your concerns are about your property, because I think that might be a constructive place to start if we focus on the transition piece.
To be 100% honest, the average lot size in the Keep is 32,000 square feet. The largest in this new pro subdivision is 12,000. So the transition there doesn't seem very fair, in the way I guess that we'd look at it. If you want my honest concern, the fact that I'm going to have neighbors is okay. I mean, nobody expects bare land in Meridian to stay bare land forever. You want my honest concern, every single morning at 8 o'clock, I drive out on Darcy Way and try to turn left. And if you put 250 homes back there, I think ACHD indicated that at prime peak periods, that's like 250 cars. It's an extra 10,000 cars a day. I'm not going to be able to get out of my subdivision, is what it boils down to. I just look at this, I'm like, I don't understand why, if the plan, the long-term plan said, develop this at R2, what has changed in the last 2 years that says, yeah, you know what? If south part of Eagle Road can't handle this kind of traffic, then why should we approve a subdivision that's going to put thousands of more cars on there a day? That would be honestly my concerns. I mean, I'm happy with neighbors. I don't mind the neighbors. It would be great. Maybe there's a few less, but that's honestly what I worry about. It's more about the density in general, the number of cars that are going to be flowing in and out of this neighborhood than my particular neighbors. I'm okay with neighbors.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Got it. No, that's really helpful. So it's really, you don't have an issue in principle with bordering 4 properties. You probably don't love it, but you can live with it. It's really a concern about traffic, a concern about schools. So I share your concern about schools. A year ago, we paused residential development approvals until we could work with our school district to understand their long-term plan. So, Mr. Mayor.
2 years ago, time flies.
It's going really quick. Mr. Mayor, I did want to check with Bill. At some point, I know we were asking for a letter from the West Ada School District. They didn't provide that, but we were going to see if we could do our own calculations of kind of what we were looking at from a school perspective. Is that something that we pulled together at this point?
Is your mic on?
We did. We pulled together some numbers. It was very quickly. I just want to be fair that on the record, these aren't official West Ada School District numbers. And the data that I received from the long-range planning division only showed what was for the elementary schools, not necessarily the middle school or the high schools. So I do have that data, and it does show some are overcrowded and some are under capacity. I'm happy to show that graphic if you want me to. But there certainly is some challenges in that area.
Okay. Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
that was it for my questions for Mr. Miller, but there may be others that have questions.
Mountain View High School has the highest attendance in the entire school district. Victory Middle School has the highest attendance. About 2/3 of the subdivision would probably go to those two schools. The rest would go to the CUNA School District. Another slightly frustrating thing that the Planning and Zoning Commission, Commissioner Searle pointed out, that essentially the school districts don't make comments anymore because they essentially didn't feel listened to. And then he added that his son attended private school.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Can't let that one lie. Listen, we have advocated very strongly that we want to continue to receive letters from the school district, and we'll continue to pass that message along, but thank you.
And I got confirmation from Dr. Bubb today that they will do that. They've just been without the staff resources with turnover through a specific time period, but they will be forthcoming once again. I just curious, so how much of this is in, you mentioned CUNA School District, how much of this is in, is in CUNA's?
You look.
I'm just curious.
Where
On the screen, Mayor.
that little panhandle comes up. Yeah, it essentially just slightly above that.
Okay, just that, or
That cuts through there would go to the CUNA School District. So most of the high density housing would be in the school, in the CUNA School District.
Okay.
Like that phase 1.
Right, thank you. All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Kavanaugh.
Mr. Miller, I appreciate you coming. I think you've sat with us all night, and your comment about impact fees with schools is an issue I think growing communities across the state continue to wrestle with. And again, if you follow the news, it sounds like the city of CUNA is looking at some litigation about what they can request versus what they can't. We haven't waded into that area for a host of different reasons, but it's not that I think most people in our community share the same opinion as you, which is that those that are contributing to the growth should contribute to the ongoing growth of our schools, just like they do for our police and our parks and our fire. And so I could hear in some of your testimony tonight, certainly you're carrying some frustration. I feel a little more frustrated closer to 10 o'clock than I do at 10 a.m. So I appreciate you being here and sharing your perspective. And just for what's worth, I think that council shares some of those same frustrations as well.
Thank you.
Well, and since you're here, if you want to come back on Monday, we have a joint meeting with the West State School Board. And one of the things that they're going to talk about, with the legislation that's passed, it's a game changer because it now means that they will likely have funding to go out to start constructing schools. And I know one in South Meridian is their number one there in Star. Hopefully we'll get an idea from them about their timing and what it means long-term, but it also may be too early to tell. But in case you're looking for something else to do on Monday night, we'll be back here with them.
Oh, that bill. I'm a tax accountant, so it matters. The tax cut involved mattered to me in particular, but yeah, I've been following that. So
Okay.
we'll see what I'm doing on Monday night.
And Mr. Mayor, next is Carrie Miller.
Before my time starts, can you tell me how to run this so that I can use?
Once Bill brings up the presentation, your right arrow on the keyboard is the best way to navigate.
Okay. My name is Carrie Miller. I live at 6876 South Pemberley Place in the Keep, Meridian, Idaho. So I prepared a little bit of a slideshow for you today. On the future land map in Meridian, it shows a plan for this subdivision, and the expectation was a little bit different than we are seeing here. I wrote it down because honestly, some of it gets confusing for me, but half of the property is low density, which is supposed to be 3 or less lots. The other half is medium density, which is supposed to be 6 to 8 lots per acre. As I understand it, they are requesting that each of these zonings be bumped up to a higher density. They're asking for a bump
in low density to medium and medium dense to medium high density. So right here you see the map. We have the medium density this is an overgeneral map that we've seen tonight. This next picture is a picture of the Keep subdivision with a low density plan showing what the plan was for the future land map. As you have noticed, my house is that one that is the triangle. That house is actually a 0.6 acre lot. So even though it may look big, I have less than an acre that I'm looking at, and we have 4 homes that are backing up to that. That is not actually what we were told when we built the house. I saved for 17 years to buy my dream home. It wasn't an easy task, and it's not that I have a problem with neighbors. I absolutely love neighbors, but I also feel like there's a part to growing and building in your home, your dream home, and to have that be taken somewhat from the plans is a little bit frustrating. Right here, it just explains what a low density was supposed to be. In this, they said that it was supposed to be a single family homes with 1 to 3 homes in that acre. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. I'm not going to get through it. Okay, so let's talk about the property itself. I am not an environmentalist, so to speak. I'm really not. I grew up on a ranch. I love wide open spaces, and I just love to be out in the outdoors. I think that if we knew what was in the subdivision, it would be really hard for us as the city of Meridian to let it go. Let me show you a little bit of what there is. These are just pictures throughout the property that are going to be changed with the subdivision. I understand that we need growth, and I understand that change is inevitable, but a lot of these full-grown trees, which by the way take 10 to 20 years to grow, will be gone. And this is the pond that you were asking about, what it looks like now. This is the area that they're saying would be next to the pond, but these are areas that are not next to the pond. These are areas of trees that show a difference in what would be taken away. I know that my time is up, but if I can finish with saying a lot of things like, for example, if we look at New York City, at the time that they planned Central Park, it looked crazy. It absolutely looked insane. But now if you look at New York City, that is a huge advantage to their community. Can you imagine if Meridian City had something like that? And in actuality, we do. Now, I know I can't propose that we don't have a subdivision at all, but this is a gem. And it should be kept as a gem as much as possible. And the density that they're asking does not do that justice. Thank you.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
it's Carrie, right? Thanks. It's clear you put some time and attention into putting your presentation together, and you've sat with us all night. So I don't want you to feel rushed. If there are other points in your presentation that you'd like to make, I'd like to ask you to feel like that you've been able to complete your presentation in whole. So if there's anything else, I'd invite that from you.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
There is, actually. So the other part of my presentation was with the schools. Besides losing this gem, in my opinion, are the schools. My son does attend Mountain View High School. All of my children have attended Mountain View High School. The entire time that we've been there, our biggest concern has been the capacity at Mountain View High School. My son describes right now in passing period that they are no room. They're bumping up against each other. They are shoulder to shoulder. I asked him to take a video today, but he's sick. And so he forgot to take that video. So I can't show you exactly what it looks like, but I've been in those halls and it's pretty packed. My concern is if we move forward without first resolving the issues that we have right now, then we're just going to be compounding our problems. That is a concern for me as a mom who sends their kids to that school. And in closing, I just would like us to please hold fast to the original plan. I don't have a problem with neighbors. As my husband said, we love neighbors. We want to be their friends. But I think the original plan helps with the traffic. It helps with the schools, and we need to be cognizant of that. I also think that if we can take into account some of those trees that are fully grown trees, that's such a beauty that our city has. I mean, if I had my way, I would say that we should have a green belt in that area because I walk it every single day. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Carrie, a couple follow-up questions then to your presentation. Your concern about the density is well heard. I'm hearing you on that. Where you've got, for the totality of that project, to hair over 4 units per acre, which is significantly less dense than a lot of other chunks of our community. I also know that it is more than your current neighborhood. And then that's, so we as council look at, again, transition, and transition can be subjective. Some person may say, boy, this is great transition. Others may say this is not appropriate transition.
Right.
So the option before the council tonight is not to turn that land into a park. And so
I know
well, I always love those
I
ideas.
realize that. I totally do.
We appreciate, you know, that the applicant is, they've used their money to purchase the land, and we are now trying to make sense of if this application makes sense to come into our community. And so that's what's before us this evening. So help me understand what you think the right amount of lots per acre are for this project. And what, if you're sitting in this seat, what would you be looking at?
I think that you're sitting in a difficult seat. I understand that you have a lot to consider. But I also think with everything that's been put in place before, the plan that was originally placed is one that I think we should be able to stick to. The land that was originally put, it was, as I read to you, I'm not very good at saying it right here, but as 1 to 3 lots for low density, 6 to 8 lots for medium density. And some of these are actually going into the higher density, way beyond that. And when we built our dream home, that was the plan that the city had put forth. And so for us, and even now, like in the Keep, we have traffic problems on that corner of Lake Hazel and Eagle every single day. And you add all of those homes into there, that's going to be a battle, a nightmare that we're going to be facing. It's just, the density just was never, I think it's an overwhelming thought.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick follow-up if I can.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you for that. And so if I'm hearing you right, then up to 3 in the one density area and up to 6 in the other, you're good with that.
Yes.
And if staff have come to the conclusion that it meets that, then that concern of yours would then be satisfied. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Excellent. Then my follow-up question, it is very similar to, I think, what Councilmember Strader asked the other person with the same last name as you who was up earlier. Don't know that relationship. He didn't get a high five as he was headed back to this chair.
No, he didn't. Not appropriate place, my dear husband.
The concern of having neighbors facing back to you. And I love, you say you love neighbors. I love my neighbors too. I don't know if I would love 4 neighbors looking into my backyard.
If I'm being honest, that is a huge concern for me.
Okay, what do you think what is an appropriate number for you?
I would prefer if the ones backing up to me were equal to me.
Okay.
I think that would be fair to have the same amount of houses as I have to the Keep. If you're going to build a lot of houses there, then give us that buffer.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
That was all the check marks, but you probably have.
Yep. Anyone else like to come up? Please come up and do so.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Lori Ballad, 192 West Lockhart Lane, Meridian, Idaho. I can actually very understand what she's saying. The voters of this area are very disappointed and sad to see the growth that's happening in this community. As I'm going through and canvassing my area, the dissatisfaction I'm hearing about people from the council is that they're changing areas from low density to high density. Another example at Orchid Park at Chinden and Linder, that was supposed to be all at the Paramount, where a lot of us live. Paramount was supposed to be all regular low density, and all of a sudden behind Winder, we find out afterwards that apartments are coming in, which is fine. But again, you did not stick to your plan, which I know you say all the time you want to stick to your plan. Voters are very unhappy with that in District 20. Here, voters and came over here, and when they purchased the lot, they knew that that lot was a W-2. So why did they purchase it and then decide to change it? Again, being true to what you said, then you constantly say, we need to be true to the plan. What does the plan say? Well, the plan is a W-2. So what you're doing is going back on your constituency and basically going against their back and their wishes. So then you wonder why there's discontent in Meridian. The discontent, out of 37 things that I went and had people comment on, number 4 out of 37 issues was the high density and the traffic. So right now, this is a high issue that you need to consider because people aren't happy with it.
Council, any questions? Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward and provide comments on this application? Good evening, say your name and address for the record.
Jaron Langston, 6865 South Pemberley Place. The Millers are my neighbors. I was the developer of the Keep subdivision. Currently have application for the Keep West, which will be 21 lots over 16 acres to the west of the Keep. You know, I'm grateful for the opportunity and the blessing to live in a community like the Keep, as I know a lot of the people that came there. If you looked at public record, most people that were here at P&Z came in and said basically the same story, right? They loved Meridian. They wanted a little more elbow room, right? So they came to the Keep. And ultimately, that's what we're trying to preserve here. To echo what's been said, that area was designated as low density. That's what they were excited about being around. This project is beautiful, you know, and there's no doubt about that. I just think really protecting that transition is really what I think the residents of the Keep and lowering that density count. And it would be so minor in a 247 lot community to go down to 240 to potentially allow for a better transition. But like I said, I won't take any more time, but I just want to thank you for your service and yeah, thank you.
Council, any questions? Looks like we do have somebody online who's raised their hand. Mr. Lucky.
You should be able to unmute.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Jeff Lucky. I live at 4355 South Langdon in Meridian. That's in Shelburne. I'm soon to be moving into the Keep, but that's subject to my ability to drive in there or actually be able to drive out of there, which is the point of tonight's discussion. I wish I had a historic challenge for you. Is what I really witnessed earlier was an impressive collaborative spirit from a city council, in my opinion. So congratulations for that. But sadly, all I really have tonight is a concern and a complaint. And I'm not going to belabor it. You heard it. I won't talk about density anymore. I'll just be very specific. I'm wondering at what cost the annexation and the increase in density is going to contribute to Eagle Road, South Eagle. I met with ACHD twice. They have convinced me that there is no near-term or even a long-term plan on the boards to widen Eagle South beyond a residential arterial. And if I might be really specific, there's 2 entrances and exits out of the Keep. The second one is called Pemberley. And Pemberley now faces Skybreak directly across the street. The center turn lane is a left turn lane southbound into Skybreak. Now you add another 250 houses down the road, and we have 500 doors going to and from work and school and everything else every day. And we literally will not be able to get out of Pemberley. So if you're ever in the area, I would encourage you to just drive into the Keep and then go out Pemberley and you'll face Skybreak and you'll see what I mean. Imagine trying to make a left turn there to go anywhere of value, and you just won't be able to do it. So I'm sorry you're tired. I think you do a wonderful job. It's not easy what you do, and I thank you. I'm asking you to remember my collaborative comment, because you will see me again. Thank
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Lucky, appreciate your feedback, and I always hope that we are working in a collaborative manner. Just curious, your comment about the roadways, I think that's something, I mean, schools and roads are the two things we hear about the most, and it's always hard because we've got the least ability to influence, and we rely heavily on communication from the school districts and from the highway district. And so when the highway district sends us a staff report and it shows the conditions of the roadway, and they identify Eagle as better than D and acceptable is E, I tend to take their recommendation as accurate. I think what I'm kind of hearing from your testimony is either you disagree with the staff report or that you find it to be contrary during peak travel times. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. That's accurate. And we probably wouldn't be having this discussion if within the annexation, there wasn't a request for increased density. As it was said earlier, when the developer purchased that land as low density, he knew what he paid for it. He knew what he was going to get out of it. And he made some assumptions, and that was that you would agree to increase the density. So score for them, not so much for the residents in the surrounding community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just maybe a question for staff. I think it might help everybody here to understand the dimensional standards, but my understanding is that the low-density residential piece of this development is less than 3 units per acre. Is that correct, Bill?
Mayor, Councilwoman Schrader, that is correct. That's what I presented to you.
Mr. Mayor, and then the medium density residential piece sounded like was around 5 units per acre. Is that correct?
That is correct, 5.3.
Okay. And just for curiosity's sake, if this was developed with, well, let me put this differently. The units, the properties, single-family homes that transitioned to keep, I believe we heard those were done according to our 4 dimensional standards. Is that right?
Mayor, members of the council, I believe the applicant stated it was R2, which are minimum 12,000 square foot lots with
Got it.
free frontage of 80.
Mhm.
80.
So just a comment. So the way that the density works under the comprehensive plan, it doesn't correspond exactly to zoning. I know that that is frustrating. It's frustrating for me, but still, I've done this. This is my 5th year doing city council. I still find that frustrating. What we look at is units per acre. So we're looking at units per acre on the low density, units per acre on the medium density. I'm not seeing like an upzoning here. That's not what I'm seeing. But what I am sympathetic to is, and before I joined the city council, again, I'm embarking on my 5th year, so I'm relatively new. I haven't been as many terms as others, but we had just approved our comprehensive plan, and a big frustration for me was actually that we did not have a rural designation any longer in our comprehensive plan. A rural designation to me would be a lot more along the lines of what Mrs. Miller is talking about, with really spacious properties. That doesn't exist in our plan, and that I think is a loss for all of us, especially because of the open spaces and the agricultural heritage that Meridian has had. But that's not in the plan anymore. This is going to develop. We're a very strong private property rights state. We're not going to be able to turn it into a park. I think we can take into account schools and traffic, and we could try to work through those things. We don't control those directly. The biggest thing we can help with is the transition. The transition to the keep, we can try to work on that piece, I think. If the developer is amenable, we'll try to work with them on that piece. But again, because there's townhomes in that middle part of the development, that does make it possible so that the properties next to your property are 2-dimensional standards. If we used a magic wand, which we don't have, we're not developing this, and we equalized all of the properties, they would still fit under a comprehensive plan, but what would result is on the transition to your lots, you'd have a bunch of smaller lots. So I think it's important to acknowledge that what the developer has done is they've tried to keep it so larger properties around the edges of this development do have larger, still a bunch, but larger size properties around instead of, spreading it out equally. I wouldn't recommend that we start trying to do something like that. I don't think it would be a good outcome for the neighbors. I think you want to have the best transition you can get. So anyway, I'm just talking out loud, but I hear a lot of the frustration. I share a lot of the frustration. Part of why I got involved in city council and ran for city council for the first time was I lived in Paramount and I was super frustrated about what I considered to be unfettered multifamily development, large apartment buildings going on roads that were 2-lane roads that were never going to be widened. So I understand the concerns about density. I'm just trying to grapple with what we can do here and kind of what's within our ability to help with. Thanks.
Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Then would the applicant like to come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any specific rebuttal. I do appreciate the comments of the neighbors on this thing and on both sides of this, we hear this and we do think about these issues when we buy the property, as far as we bought the property with full knowledge of what the comprehensive plan is and what we could do with that, and worked with the city all the way through that to do that. And with full knowledge, the transition to the neighbors is an appropriate thing to do. And with the full knowledge that the city wants to see us provide a lot of good quality open space. And they want us to also see specifically a variety of housing types, because that's good for the community. To have those variety of housing types within a single community is even better for the community, right? And that's what's espoused in your plan. And it's what I follow when I lay the subdivision out and propose to the developer, here's what I think we should do with this property. And it's not a, here's what I think we can get out of this property. It's here's what I think we should do to this property. Do with this property to make this a quality community, and we've really tried to do that in that end of it. I'll make a little sidebar at the expense of getting in trouble, is that I think you have a lot more power over the schools and the roads than the P&Z says, and then sometimes I hear the city council say, and that power is that you pass your comprehensive plan. I've sat 3 different times on the long-range capital improvement plan for the highway district. And the first thing they do is take your comprehensive plan and say, here's how much road we have to, how much traffic we have to plan for. They spend a lot of money building a really large traffic plan. And then every time a traffic study is done for a project, it says, this is consistent with the plan, or we already planned for this. We have 30-year plans for what the development that Meridian says you're going to do along Eagle Road will do to Eagle Road when it'll do that. Fortunately, the policy of public is to not build over capacity. The public won't pay for it, right? And so you can't build great roads before there's a need for them. In fact, they plan all these roads to expand them when they open the new expansion for it to still be at level of service E. That's the long range planning that's done nationwide with that end. That's frustrating to everybody. It's frustrating to us too, but someone's got to pay for the roads and the public gets to pay for them. The schools are the same way, really. They're supposed to take your comprehensive plan and plan to take that many students into the schools. And they certainly have struggles with the financing side of this thing. So I'll leave it at that end, but I think the cities have more power on both of those than you give yourself credit for.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
My first question, I think tonight we were talking about this, was to our deputy chief and asking about fire service, because it's important infrastructure. And certainly I think we'd probably agree that if our fire station couldn't support this development, we probably shouldn't approve it. Probably in agreement on that?
Agreed.
Excellent. Certainly, again, if we couldn't serve this neighborhood with water or wastewater, we probably shouldn't approve it.
Agreed.
We're on the same page. So I look at roads and schools much like critical infrastructure. And one of the things that I look at when an application comes before us is, again, can the roads support it and can our schools support it? according to the highway district, it looks like the roads can support it. That's green light to me. The question is the schools. And I guess my question to you is if the schools can't handle the capacity, we probably shouldn't approve this project then, right?
I would agree. If you had a letter from the school that said they can't handle the capacity from this project specifically, then you should not approve it.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your honesty on that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Okay, probably the biggest thing it seems like you could do to help with neighbors' concerns would be to lose some density in your development, particularly along that north side, along the Keep. Are you open to that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, we're open to increasing or decreasing the number of lots along that transition border, specifically for that one lot that has 4 on there, subject to the caveat that we think we're well within the density requirements. We're in the middle of the density requirements for the overall subdivision. So we would move that lot within there to within the subdivision. So we'd provide a better transition, no change in the development otherwise. And I could certainly do that.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Strader.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're interested in doing is not decreasing the density overall, but you'd like to increase density in a different part of your project. Yeah, I don't, it's hard to envision what that would look like. I have a hard time believing that your business plan would be so fundamentally altered by losing, a couple of lots along that north boundary. I mean, so maybe Mr. Parsons, do you mind, Bill, just bringing up that lot line? And you knew we were gonna go into this lot line conversation, so you were like clairvoyant on that. Yeah. Like, so here on the northeast piece, it looks like you're almost a 1-to-1. Those are more narrow. It's really, I do think that the Millers appear to be the most adversely impacted out of all of the neighbors in the Keep. Like if I were a neighbor, I could stand, if I had a large lot, I could stand like facing 2 neighbors. That wouldn't bother me. Facing 4 neighbors seems like a lot. Are you, so I kind of a suggestion from me at least is that you consider dropping, 2 of those units, 2 of those lots, consolidating the, couple of them together, maybe in a way that would help with that transition. I think that would help a lot with a transition here. And then the school piece, that is such a bigger issue. And boy, we have tried, it wasn't easy. I mean, 2 years ago, we literally paused our annexations while we worked with the school district to try to help, with a strategy and a projection model. What's interesting, the school district has capacity in other parts of Meridian, right? And so then what we're asking our school district to do is to really more actively manage their student population with busing. And it is rough in South Meridian right now with the school situation, especially the high school and middle school. So I don't think there's an easy answer for that. Can you remind me what your phasing plan is in terms of the breakdown of the number of lots that are coming in each phase?
Like 71, 60, and then 50 and 40. So they're about 60 average, for them. So we're talking having 120 homes in here in the next 4 years, probably. 4 years from now, we'd be seeing about half of the development built out with homes.
And Mr. Mayor, do you mind? I'm sorry, I'm really going on here.
Yeah.
Mr. Parsons, what is the student generation rate? What is the math that we apply? So every year, how many students then are we looking at realistically? Mhm.
Yeah, here's, so Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Strader, here's the numbers here. It's broke down for a multifamily unit and a single family unit, so looks like if they go to Mary McPherson, we're using 0.49.
Mhm.
If they go to a Hillsdale or Lake Hazel, then it's a little different ratio.
Mm.
But we've based it on assumptions that these students would be going to Mary McPherson. So that's where we came up with 120 students that were estimated from this development. Again, not an official school district response, but it's something just we wanted to share with the council.
Yeah, and typically when the school district does it, you generate the numbers, then you spread that out over 12 grades. You don't dump them into one school at one time.
Right.
But
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, did I answer a little bit of what you asked before? Should I, or should I wait?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
go for it if you have further comments.
Yeah, the one about the transition stuff is that, as I said before, I can certainly remove 1 or 2 lots if you think that's appropriate in that area there. And then, but I would move them within the LD zone. We still wouldn't approve, and we're not talking about increasing density. We're just not talking about decreasing density. And those lots, we would provide a better transition for that 1 lot there, right? And then we would just move that probably just down south of that within the low density area, right? Because we would still have the same number of units within that. And the density is, as you pointed out and Bill's pointed out, is the gross number of units over the gross number of acres, within that area. So changing lot sizes or taking a lot out here and putting in a lot down below that's smaller size ends up with the same density, just another smaller lot for one of our residents.
I know this isn't like drawn to scale, or it's just a rough drawing. Just from, my spatial beliefs, if you take out 2 on that top, you're still going to have a minimum of 3 homes that are going to be on that back one because it takes up 50% of that entire line. I think practically, if you took out 1, you can limit it to 3. If you take out 2, you're still going to have at least 3. They're just going to be offset. So, it's going to displace the entire situation. It's not a clean 1-to-1. But that at least gets you somewhere. I think it's what is an acceptable number. If your answer is 2, I don't think that you can achieve a reasonable expectation for this subdivision because those 2 lots are going to take up 50% of that block length to try to do a 1-to-1 on, or 2-to-1 even on that one property by itself. I don't know if that's if that's good or bad for the other side of the street where you have such long blocks to make that accompanied. I guess the only other option, you could only go to 4, which then you've got 1 on the end, 2, and there, that would align-ish, but so that would at least be my recommendation, remove 1 or remove 4 if you want to try to find a way that would work. But where they go after that, I'm not saying it's council can decide if they want them to go someplace else within the thing, but that's at least from a number standpoint. Councilwoman Schrader.
Apologies. Yeah. I do think, it looks like if you merged a couple of these together, it would match up much better, but I do appreciate that you sort of have to, it has a ripple effect. So I can't design it from the dais. I know we definitely need a little bit less density up there for sure. I think that's fair. I think that would work out better for the neighbors. I think that speaks to our comprehensive plan's importance on transition. I also think we want to hear from West Data. I don't feel that it's fair for our own planning staff to do the job of speaking for West Data. I very much appreciate that you took a stab at it. I think West Data needs to provide feedback on how they plan to accommodate these students. I know there are other council members that have that feeling too. It's getting late. I would feel terrible 2 for 2 on continuances. That's tough, but I do think we should hear from West Data. I don't think it's acceptable for a large development like this to come through without having heard from them. And I think maybe taking a little bit of time to at least rework the density on the transition could be very positive as well. That's just my feedback.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I tend to agree with Councilmember Strader. Both the applicants benefit and the public here. We try really hard to not make decisions after 10 o'clock. We all get a little roomy. I appreciate the nonverbal feedback there. It's been a long day for all of us, and we want to make the right decision and not make a rush decision. To Councilmember Strader's point, and to my question for you is, I look at our education like critical infrastructure, and I live in South Meridian. I know the impact in Mountain View. I know the impact in Victory Middle. I want the school district to tell me that my perception is wrong and that those schools aren't already at overcapacity. They tell me that. I think with likely some reduction of lots, I could be very, very supportive of this project. Those schools are over capacity. I'm not going to put more kids in a school that can't already handle it. So I think a continuance gives us the opportunity to make sure that the information that I believe is correct or wrong. It gives you an opportunity to respond to the feedback from council and the public. I don't think we need to continue this for a long period of time. I would almost ask the applicant if there's a time certain that would be beneficial to you to come back with some of these answers. Recognize we've got a meeting with West Data on Monday. To the mayor's point, I know Superintendent Bub has been working with their new staff to get student generation letters to us. I think with a specific request about this, I think we could hopefully have that in a week or 2 weeks, but I want to make sure that you've got ample time as well to take the feedback that you've heard from council here tonight.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I'm fine with that, looking at that. So again, just looking for specific direction on this is that, and I agree with the concept that you shouldn't have to make the decision on what to do without the feedback from your experts, which is the school.
Which is hard.
District.
Yeah.
For you, right? They're supposed to be working for you, to tell you.
With us.
With us, yeah.
With us.
They follow your lead, as I said before, but nonetheless, I get that, and I certainly understand that, and we want to get things done right.
Okay.
I get that. On the issue of the density on there, so I will be looking at making a better transition there and moving those lots in a different spot within that area to show how that's acceptable with the whole thing. So I'm probably intending to keep with the same number. If we drop in 2 lots from the numbers here, those don't change the schools, nor do they change the neighbors' experience, nor do they change the traffic any. From my position on that end. So I'll present that to the developer and tell them what you've asked on that and take that action, that direction.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
I won't drag the night out any further, but I do think you did a good job striving to address the challenges beforehand with the transition. I think you're going above and beyond what you're asked to do by maybe moving some of those lots around, but I think that's great. Like that's sort of the collaborative spirit where we try to have with the development community and people who have purchased property and spent money and put their hopes and dreams in areas. I totally understand it and get it. I could hit a 9-iron to a piece of property that was county land and now is going to have 256 units on it. Wasn't my plan when I bought it, so I totally understand the Miller's concerns. I didn't love it, but I accept that as part of where we are with Meridian. It's just a hard thing to do. And as we're presented with the idea of whose property rights trump whose in this, right? That's a very challenging situation. So as long as nobody's harming someone's enjoyment or value of the property, that's kind of what I look at. So I agree with my council members. I'd like to get the feedback from West Ada. I don't think that would take us necessarily too long. But I do think from my perspective, I think this is a good project. I think you've done your part to accommodate as best as you can with what you have. And I know we don't all have magic wands to do what we want. But if you are willing to take a look at that northern part, I commend you for that because I think you're not required to, but that you're willing to, I think is great. And we really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
David, we've got 3 hearings on April 16th. Nothing currently scheduled the week after. You've been
Mayor.
with us all day today, so I'm happy to ask if you want to add on to an already lengthy meeting, I'm supportive of that. If you would rather be on an agenda where we don't have a lot, I'd appreciate that, but I certainly want to kind of yield to what the direction that you want to have. Oh, the 9th, excuse me, the 9th, we've got 3 hearings. Thank you to our amazing clerk. On the 16th, no current public hearings.
I think the 16th would be fine, and we probably need more than just a week.
Okay.
I think that's fine.
Sincere appreciations for that. And I think for the public that have been here all night too, also appreciate that. So, all right. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
before we turn into a pumpkin, I'm going to move that we continue item 12, the public hearing for Reveal Ridge subdivision H-2023-00530 to April 16th.
I have a motion, a second to continue this public hearing to April 16th. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Mayor, Council, Councilman Cavanagh, were you intending to just hold it over for 2 specific topics? Transition and, okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
appreciate
Cavanagh.
staff asking about this. With this particular application, I think keeping the public hearing, if somebody wasn't able here and there was sizable participation in the Planning and Zoning Commission continuances, maybe they weren't able to be here tonight, want to give them the opportunity to weigh in.
All right, I have a motion, a second. Is there a discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued. We'll see you back here. Next item up is item 13, which is ordinance number 24-2049. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance related to Cole Valley Christian Schools Pre-K-12, H 2023-0011, annexing the west half of the southeast quarter of Section 29, Township 4 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, more particularly described in Exhibit A. Rezoning 71.28 acres of such real property from RUT to R15 zoning district, directing city staff to alter all applicable use in all area maps as well as official zoning maps and all official maps depicting the boundaries and the zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with this ordinance. Providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, repealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
move that we accept ordinance number 24-2049.
Second?
Motion, a second to approve ordinance number 24-2049. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh, Little Roberts,
Aye.
Taylor, Strater.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Council, anything under future meeting topics? Or do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.